Hello and welcome to Cute Pixel. Today I'm continuing my software development stream working on my open source projects. Today I'm working on my Twitch craps table chatbot. Let's go take a look at my stream schedule here. Today, as I said, I'm working on my Twitch craps table chatbot. It's an open source software development project. My next stream is going to be 1 week from today, Sunday, May 26th at 9 a.m. I'm trying to establish that as a regular streaming day for me. I did have to miss last week due to Mother's Day. I wanted to spend time with my mom, but I'm back today. And I'll be back next Sunday, May 26th at 9 a.m. Note that my time zone is United States Pacific Time. PDT UTC -7, so note that for your local time zone calculations, but basically around the same time next week, or at the same time next week. So as always, I like to start with a review of what I've been doing and where I want to go next. Let me go bring up my notes here. For those of you who were hanging around during the stream warm-up phase, you will note that the chatbot is running right now, so if you do wish to play with it, you are welcome to do so. You're welcome to play with it any time I have it running. Since I am actively developing it, I can't guarantee it's always going to work right or it's always going to be available, but you are welcome to play and help me bug test it and see what we can find. Alright, so last time I worked 2 weeks ago, I worked on the leaderboard, printout leaderboard, when there are no bets and no point. And let's go switch over to the console here so I can see that. We can see that it's when the chatbot started to print out the leaderboard, we have stream elements with 225 units. Marky G, who played for a bit last time, he's stuck at the starting balance of 100 units. And myself, I started out with 6750, although I've won a little bit. So I'm actually probably beyond that now. Let's go take a look at my balance. Yeah, I'm actually 10750. Actually, I want to go below that starting amount, so I'm going to just bet a little bit here. Let's say craps, bet, pass for, I'll go with 10. And I have a fire bet that's out there as well. We could check my bets and see what I have out there, but it should be the pass line for 10 and the fire bet for 1. Alright, so we'll let that continue to run. That was just an example of the leaderboard, and it will not print out another leaderboard until we resolve all of the current bets. So basically, the pass line bet and the fire bet. It won't print out another leaderboard until both of those have been resolved. Let's see, so going back to my review of what I'm doing and where I'm going. So for forward tasks, I have just a few additional bets to add. There's the bottom, top, all bets. Those are very similar to the fire bet in that it depends on hitting a number of numbers before you 7 out. There's big 6-8. Logically, it behaves identically to placing the 6 and 8, but the payout is just a little bit less. And so it's actually a really bad bet. If you wanted to bet that, you're much better off just placing the 6 and 8 directly. There's the horn. That's a prop bet on 2, 3, 11, and 12. And world, prop bet on 2, 3, 7, 11, and 12. So those are the remaining bets to consider here. I've added a note, limit the leaderboard to active players, players active within the current session. I think I'm going to deprioritize that a little bit here. I don't know where to put that. We'll put that at the bottom. I'm not sure what to do about that just yet. I want to remember that's something I want to do, but until we get more than 3 people playing, there's probably no point to bother with that just yet. Allow our players to change existing bets. Can increase by betting more, decrease by betting less. remove bet by betting 0. So basically right now, whenever you place a bet, you can only place it if you don't already have the bet. And then if you want to change it, you don't have the option. The only way to change it is to wait for that bet to win or lose, and then make it again at the new amount. Not a terrible approach, but some players like to press certain bets as they advance, and this doesn't give you that option without first winning or losing that bet. Plus, it doesn't allow you to remove bets. Some players are superstitious and are like, oh, this thing happened, I want to remove my bet, since I now believe we're going to have some bad luck. But note that some bets cannot be decreased or removed. The pass cannot be decreased or removed when you're on a point, and the come bet cannot be decreased or removed when you're on a point. Some bets cannot be increased. Don't pass when you're on a point. Don't come when you're on a point. And fire bet after initial roll. And bottom top all after initial roll, but I haven't implemented that one yet. Let's see, keep, place, and buy bets around after they win. So this is kind of in concert with the previous feature, in that most normally in casinos, when you have a place bet or a buy bet, whenever you win, the casino will pay you your winnings and then keep your bet out on the table. That way, you just continue to win if you have a hot table. Here, in this case, since you can't change your bet if the bet already exists, we always return the bet to you. And so once we have the ability to change or remove bets, then we figure, okay, it's safe to keep the bet around. If players wants to remove it, they can always go ahead and remove it or change it however they see fit. We're having a real hot table over here. We've made 2 fire points so far, the 6 and the 9. Let's go place another bet here. Say craps bet, pass. Well, let's see, what's my balance? Craps balance. All right, let's do a craps bet pass for 20. Again, just trying to go below that $100 level just to test that balance getting replenished. One of the features I implemented, I think a couple sessions ago, was to slowly replenish player balances when they go below the minimum. The minimum is 100, and then we will pay you back 1 credit per minute if you are below that minimum. I want to just make sure that still works and see if it'll actually round up my balance to 100. It should all work. I have no anticipation that it won't work, but just an opportunity to test that. Let's see, continuing to the review of work I want to do, allow players to serve as the bank. This is kind of an interesting one for me. This is basically, well, right now the bank is served by the bot. There is an infinite source of money for the bank. When you win, money materializes out of thin air and is given to you. When you lose, your money is taken and disappears into thin air. And so allowing players to serve as the bank means that well, it means that money never appears or disappears. It basically always comes from another player. In this case, the player is serving as the bank. And the only way to get more money into the system is for players to go below the minimum balance of 100 and have that slowly get replenished over time. And so whether this is actually interesting and workable in a game, I don't know. It's something I may turn off. But I do believe it is something, I mean, it feels interesting to me, and I want to experiment with it, and there's a certain amount of complexity that goes along with it. Let's see, add ability to turn bets on and off. So this is different from changing or removing bets. This is basically to mark bets as off temporarily. The casino will normally do this automatically for like odds for come bets, where if you hit your point, and you no longer have a point, that will the casino will turn off all of your odds bets. The come bets still work, and so if you hit the number of a come bet, you'll still get paid for that, but the odds is turned off. I think the theory there is that a 7 is good on a come out roll and will cause you to lose those odds bets. And so, you know, the superstitious nature of the game says, well, let's go turn off those odds bets so that we can get a 7 and minimize our losses. But there's a secondary effect, which is the odds bets are actually, well, the best bets in the casino for the player because they pay even money. They pay according to the true odds of hitting that bet. And so for the casino, those are actually a bad bet for the casino. So they don't mind turning those off. And so some players will choose to turn them back on. So add the ability to turn bets on and off. And then once we have that, that allows us to automatically turn bets on or off the same way a casino would. Basically, mostly those come odds bets are the only ones I'm aware of, but there might be others. We get to some stuff people have talked about. Consider a craps ready command or similar to allow the rolling to proceed more quickly. Perhaps if all players say they're ready, roll the dice faster. If one or more players are not ready, proceed with the longer rolling delay. So the thought behind this is that right now the rolling delay is about a minute. Actually, it's exactly a minute. If someone places a bet, the bot will wait a minute before rolling the dice. And then if that bet still exists after rolling the dice, the bot will wait another minute before rolling the dice again. The reasoning behind that is to allow players to time to make additional bets. But if you know what you're doing and you've placed all your bets, since you're just waiting there an extra minute that you might not otherwise want to make. And so having a ready command or similar to allow the game to proceed faster was a requested feature from one of my earlier players. Let's see, consider a craps stop command to safely stop the bot when there are no bets. So right now we're in a spot where the bot could have stopped. It's we've no bets, we've no point, and so we've printed out the leaderboard as we can see here. And if we wanted to stop the bot, this is a perfect time to stop the bot. But the bot is still running, and so if someone were to place a bet, then we'd have to resolve that bet before would be a good stopping point again. And so having a crap stop command would make it easier to stop the bot at one of these safe points. And finally, limit leaderboard to active players. I think we talked about that, and I moved that to the end just because I'm not quite ready to implement that when we have so few players. Only 3 players. It's not that big of a deal. Let's see, I've been talking for a couple minutes here. My balance should be a little bit larger. Let's go take a look here. 99.50, so just a little bit more, and I'll be back up to 100. Let's just do a craps bet fire, just to... Actually, it's craps bet pass for 1, and we'll just see what happens here. Because I can't run the balance command until I actually have another roll, so if I run balance it won't do anything. So I just need to do a simple bet to force a roll, and we'll test this again here once this roll comes back. So what to do? I've done a lot of work on adding new bets, and I'm not really in the mood to add new bets today. I think I want to skip this until I have all the bets added. And so I think what I want to do is allow players to serve as the bank. I think that's kind of what I want to think about right now. Let's start thinking through what that might look like. Okay, this is the code for the craps table here. As I mentioned earlier, this is an open source project, so if anyone wishes to take a look, you can go to github.com to take a look. I'll send a link in chat here real fast, so you can be able to take a look at that yourself if you're interested. There you go. So yeah, we need to track who the bank is. Let's just put that here. We'll say the banker, and we'll just say null on that. I think null is valid. And so let's see, there's got to be some things that shouldn't be able to work when you don't have a banker. Like, you shouldn't be able to place a bet if you don't have a banker, can probably roll. Now let's just go through the commands and just see what we can and can't do without a banker, just to do some initial passes here. As for process command, so if command starts with roll, we call roll command. Let's look at roll command. We have checks for authorization, and debugging must be enabled. So let's go if this dot banker and kind of just say is equal to null. You could say we need a banker before rolling the dice. So start with that. And hey, I lost. Let's actually go look at the leaderboard here. And we can see I'm at 99. So let's wait just a little bit longer. We'll wait at least a minute and try this again. Oh, we can already see actually my balance has been adjusted to an even multiple of, well, an even integer multiple of units here. And so yes, that rounding already occurred. Probably what happened is while we were waiting for that bet to resolve, it gave me that last 50 cents. And now I'm down to 99, and then after a minute passes, I'll be back up to 100. So that seems to be working. All right, so we've updated the roll command. So we can only call roll if we have a banker. There's the help command. We want to call help at any time, so that's fine. Balance should be able to call at any time. Bet. It should be safe, and there's no reason to call it if you don't have a banker, because you won't be able to place any bets, but there's no reason not to allow it. So I'm going to ignore bets. However, bet, we definitely want to have a check on that. We don't want players to bet without a banker. This is to view their bets. Now let's go to placing a bet. We need a banker before you can bet. Yeah, so that's nice and simple. Let's go take a look and see if this stuff works here. So we'll just stop and start the bot. I didn't run balance again, so I didn't get a check to see if what my balance was at. We'll check that again in just a second here, in just a minute. So I could say craps roll. We need a banker before rolling the dice. All right, so craps bets pass for 1. We need a banker before you can bet. Let's update this first message. We need a banker before you can roll the dice. Before you can roll the dice. Okay, so we've got this logic that prohibits stuff from happening if we don't have a banker. The next step is to establish a banker. We need a command to do that. So let's say, let's just go down here. We'll say if command equals, actually let's just copy this one. Command equals banker. We'll say banker command. let's copy the bets command and turn that into the banker command. Actually, we'll just see what we can do here. We'll copy roll command. It's all applicable. Actually, let's do this. Let's do this first. Well, banker command. We don't need authorization. Anyone can do it. We don't need debug. We do need this. If banker is not equal to null, so if it's already set, we say we already have a banker. Then we don't need any of this stuff. What? Then we'll say this dot banker is equal to username. So it doesn't do anything yet other than just establish or set that value. Let's go ahead and move this up. Say if command is equal to banker, else if this. And I like ordering these in terms of kind of a logical order here. So like help is something that would most likely be done first. Well, let's see where we were here. I do this just before the bet stuff. The reason why I don't want to put it after the bets is just I don't want to put anything after all of that bet code. It's a fairly complex and large section, so I just want the simpler stuff to go beforehand. So we'll roll, help, balance, banker. Now let's move banker to after balance. There we go. Say you're now the banker. Again, it doesn't do anything other than set the variable, but let's go give this a test here. Oh yeah, before I do this, let's check my balance. Craps balance. And yes, I'm at 100 now, so that does work. I expected it did, but just like to confirm that. Now let's give this another try. My balance is back to 99 because I only saved the balance after we finish rolling. And so if you actually want to preserve your balance after you've waited a while, you still need to do a bet or something to preserve that balance. So let's try the same thing as before. We'll say craps roll, and we should complain. We need a banker before you can roll the dice. Okay, craps bet. We need a banker before you can bet. Now say craps banker. I'm now the banker. Excellent. So now say craps roll. And that does work now. Now let's say craps bet fire 1. This should fail because they point to set, yeah? Alright, so the basic logic is working. We're prohibited from rolling and prohibited from betting if we don't have a banker. We can establish a banker if one is not set. And so if you're the banker, you shouldn't be allowed to bet. So that's another thing to test here. Let's go look up the bet command. Yeah, so if banker is not null, we need a banker first. If banker is equal to username, then we need to say the banker cannot bet. Yeah, so let's give that a try real fast here. So again, without a banker, I should not be able to bet. So craps bet pass for 1. We need a banker before you can bet, so let's establish a banker. Say craps banker. And I'm now the banker. Excellent. Now let's say craps bet pass of 1. The banker cannot bet. Alright, so what I'm going to need now is a basic kind of testing setup here. Let's set up a stream elements command to set up a command for this. We got a new command. We will call it banker. And it'll respond with craps banker. Well, let's give that a try. Yeah, so we have this test here. If the banker exists, we say we already have a banker. So let's try. Let's actually make it informational so we can actually see who the banker is. So we say we already have a banker. We could instead say this dot banker is the banker. Yeah, should work. Let's just do a quick test here. So I'll set myself up as the banker, so craps banker. Now let's call stream elements and have it do it. So it does ping me, which isn't great, but that's the only way of really displaying who the banker is, so that's probably fine. I'm just thinking if we want to limit the usage of this command here, similar to what we've done with other commands, like, say, the balance command. Say skip if a player has already viewed their balance since the last die roll. And so yeah, I really only want to run the banker command once per die roll at most. Let's just take a look here. So we have command cooldown balance, command cooldown help, how about command cooldown banker? We'll add that. Oh, players to use once per roll commands again. I think I'm going to make this actually once per session. Because basically the once you see who the banker is, it doesn't really matter to see it again until it changes. So I think I don't want to do it here. We have balance command. Let's just grab it from this guy. I want to see what command cooldown does here. Alright, so if it includes it, return true. Otherwise, we add the username to the array and then return false. So that seems reasonable. So say skip if a player has already run the banker command during this roll. Not sure what word to use this. It's kind of a shooting sequence, shooter. Let's call it a shooting sequence for lack of a better word. Let's spell it correctly. There we go. We have command cooldown balance. We'll call this command cooldown banker. Yeah, so this way you're allowed to run it once. If you try to run it again, it just returns. Right now, if I was to run it again, I should see that I am the banker. Craps banker. Cute pixel. Cute pixel is the banker. Oh, that's a little excessive there. So this solves that as well, that I won't be able to run the banker command if I'm already the banker. So I think that's good. Let's just do a quick test of this, make sure this does indeed work. Let's call the banker command, let stream elements do their thing. And now I will run the banker command, craps banker. Is QPixel, stream elements is the banker. Now if I run it again, should do nothing. And if stream elements runs it again, should do nothing there as well. Let me make sure that this command is accessible by everyone. Yes. Accessible by everyone is enabled. What is the cooldown here? We have 5 and 15. Is that seconds maybe? It must be seconds. Let's just do a quick check here. There's a stream element. Stream element command cooldown. User cooldown in a second, global command cooldown in second, command aliases set alternative names for commands. So those are both in seconds. Let's go take a look at these. Really shouldn't be a reason to run this more than every 60 seconds. How do I edit this? User cooldown. Let's make that 60. And 60 for global as well. So that way we just can't spam that command over and over and over again. No reason to send it more frequently than that. That does seem to be working, and so at least the kind of basic logic works. We haven't actually done anything with this information yet. I think the next thing is what to do when, how to reset this. So let's go look at the processing of roles. Yeah, so I think there should be a section here where we kind of reset everything. Every 7 out. There's a 7 out, process fire bets if they exist. Show bet results. I think this is a good time to do it, because basically, yeah, we have no bets, we have no point. We're going to display the leaderboard, so this seems like a good opportunity to do that. So we're at line 727. Yeah, let's just go look up this cooldown. Line 727. This is command cooldown balance. This is actually command cooldown banker. I'm going to say this dot banker is equal to null. And say if there's no bets and no points, save player balances, stop the roll timer, and reset the banker. Just trying to see, I also want to set it with the leaderboard. Maybe something like this. This is going to be easier, or more, should make more sense. Like player balances. See, this is self-descriptive, stop roll timer. Well, that's exactly what that function does. Put in a comment saying, you know, stop roll timer really gives us no useful information. Same with this. If we say display the leaderboard, well, you know, that's pretty much what that says. This is a little different here. This is not quite obvious. This is useful. Let's just do that. Stop the roll timer among other things. Save player balances. Let's see here. This editor really wants to indent my line here. Reset the banker. Now there's a self-descriptor, so I'm just going to leave them alone there. Just feels silly to document things that are so self-descriptive like that. I think the other thing we want to do is let's add in a message. We need a new banker. Let's give this a try, see how this works here. So to set up a banker, I will just let stream elements do its thing here. And then we can test this again. If I run the banker command, it should just tell me who the banker is. Stream elements is the banker. If I run it again, it should just ignore me, because that's only be allowed to run once per session. Once per roll sequence, I guess, is the term I used. So let's just do a quick bet here. Actually, let's just start a roll. Craps roll 1-1, just to reset things here. It says we need a new banker because we have no bets, we have no points, so it gets reset right away. If I say craps banker myself, then it will set me as the banker. If we call stream elements, and QPixel is the banker. So the logic seems to be working. Let's just do a quick test here. Let's do a craps bet pass for, actually I can't do that. Let's do a test. We'll let stream elements do the testing here. And let's force a roll here. Actually, let's do crap. Let's just make sure this command still doesn't work. Yeah, so it ignores stream elements. If I do it, it should ignore me as well. So let's just do a quick roll and make sure that this prohibition is maintained across rolls here. So when I run it, I should still not see a response, and when stream elements runs it, it should ignore it as well. So cool, so that much is working. We've got all the code to set up a banker and reset the banker. And you're prohibited from placing bets or rolling the dice if you don't have a banker. What we don't have set up yet is having the banker actually pay out the money. And of course, there's some complexity before we get there as well. So let's see, just trying to think through what's next here. So one of the issues with having a player as a banker is they have limited funds to pay out winnings. And so if we look at the leaderboard, we can see that Stream Elements has the most money, 225 units, followed by Marky G at 100 and myself, CutePixel, at 99. And so, basically the largest amount of money that Stream Elements can pay out is 225. And so, like if I was to make a bet for 100, that's probably doable because Stream Elements can cover that. It will depend on the bet. If it's a pass line bet, I would just get paid on 100 back, no problem. If it's like a fire bet, well, a fire bet can pay up to, I think, 1,000 for one. And so we need to prohibit bets from being made that will exceed what the player, what the bank can pay. So I think that's kind of the first test here. Let's kind of think this through. Let's go look at the bet handling functionality here. I think we have handle bet. You must specify an amount. You parse the amount. Bet is too small. Bet exceeds available balance. You've already made this bet. So what we probably need to do is have some sort of computation here for the payout of the bet. And I'm not sure how to do this yet. Probably the best thing to do, or the easiest thing to do, would be to add in a payout factor. It's a payout factor. And let's see who calls handle bet. Alright, so pass odds. Oh, that's going to be rough because the payout factor is dependent upon our current point. So on line 1028, let's just look through the code here. I know we have a section where we do this. We have odds multiplier. And we will return 2, so we can get paid 2 to 1. 9, 3 to 2, 6 and 8, 6 to 5. So I think just odds multiplier. Go to 1028. I say this, see var, what did we call it? Payout factor. I'll say var payout factor is equal to this dot odds multiplier, and I'm not sure how this works here. Let's go look this up again. We're going to pass in the numbers. We're going to pass in the point. Could be this dot point. Just trying to figure out how to wrap this here. Probably something like that should work. Alright, so now we have the pass line. Well, this is easy. That is a 1-to-1. Don't pass odds. Let's see here. We should be able to just invert this. Let's see if we have a function that does that. Well, we have 1 over the odd multiplier, so that's certainly one option. Payout factor is 1 over that. And again, we need to wrap this guy, so let's just do that like that. This starts with don't pass. This is a 1-to-1, so the payout factor is 1. Field. This is dependent upon... Nope, this is actually... This potentially goes up to a 3x. We don't know what the payout will be until we actually know the results of the die roll. In fact, let's go look at the help here. This will tell us what the payout is. So field, 2 pays 2-to-1, 12 pays 3-to-1, but everything else pays 1-to-1. So since the maximum possible payout is 3-to-1, we're going to put in a 3-to-1 on that. So we'll say 3 for the payout there. If we say any craps, we know that pays 7.5-to-1, so we'll just say 7.5 for that payout there. Any 7. This pays 4-to-1, so we'll just put in 4 there. Fire. So 4 fire points pays 24-to-1, 5 fire points pays 249-to-1, 6 fire points pays 999-to-1. And again, this is one of those things we don't know what the possible payout is when we make the bet, and so we have to assume the worst or best possible case. In this case, best possible case for the player, worst possible case for the banker is that we pay 999-to-1. So this will be a 999-to-1 for this guy. Then we have com odds. This is a little bit tricky, and we actually have a different function that we're going to call this handle com odds bet. And so we'll have to update that one to accommodate this. We have come. This is nice and simple. This is going to be a 1-to-1. Don't come odds. Again, we have a handle come odds bet, so we'll update that when we get there. Don't come is also 1-to-1. Then we have place, don't place, buy, and lay. These are all dependent upon the actual number. And so we'll just have to look at that function to see how to update that function. We have handle hard bet, same thing, it's dependent upon a number. Handle hot bet is dependent upon the two numbers. And so we'll have to look at all of those individually. And let's now continue to look at handle bet, just make sure we've handled every case where we call it. There's going to be other separate functions we'll have to address. So this one, we've added in payout factor, so this looks good. I'm a little concerned what happens if we don't have a point, because I want to test this, and we might possibly have to make this more elaborate, but we'll try it for now and see if this works. Actually, I'm more concerned about this next one, this don't pass odds, because this might end up being undefined, and I'm just not sure what 1 divided by undefined or null would be. Or 0. I wonder if we make point 0. Let's just go see what we initialize point to. Yeah, we do initialize point to 0, so well, actually what'll happen is this this will do what? Let's go look up the odds multiplier. Oh yeah, so if we have a 0, we throw an exception. So that's not going to be good. That's not going to work. Huh. Not sure what to do with this. I hesitate to make it more complex by adding, say, another callback function similar to what we've done for the pass odds check. But that is a nice way of having a bit of logic that we can then call at will at the desired time. But the trouble with making it more complicated is we have so many cases where it's just nice and simple, where we just pass in a number. Like this pass bet, don't pass, we just pass in the number, field, we just pass in the number. So many cases, there's just a small handful, in fact I think it's just 2 of them so far, the don't pass odds and pass odds, where we need something more elaborate. Just thinking through this a little bit here, so I'm not talking too much at the moment. Yeah, we just have a growing set of complexity for these bets. And I just have to wonder if this complexity is doing me any favors or not at this point, and if there's an overall better approach to take with this. Like, one of the things I've been considering is to create like a data structure for each type of bet that'll cover things like what is its name, the data structure where it's stored, flags indicating sort of checks you should make. Like in this case, you want to have I think we need a point before you can make this bet. Things like the payout factor. I think the only way I can think of to really do this cleanly right now is just add another function. I know it's going to add more complexity that's not so hot, but I think it'll work. So let's go look up handle bet, see who, just update that again here, handle bet. Here we go. So payout factor function. We'll just do that. So we have our check function. We're going to say that this payout factor function must be defined. We're going to say var payout factor is equal to payout factor function. Actually, let's just say payout is equal to payout factor function times bet. Yeah, I think that'll work. Well, actually, it should be amount, right? Amount. We need to compute the maximum so we need to know the amount of money that's already committed by our banker. So we have a bet. And we have a series of bets that might already exist that are already committed the banker needs to cover. And so we need to know what those are. Trying to decide, does it make sense to do this in real time? You know, like you just have a function that just iterates over every single bet that's already been made and computes the payout for them. The possible payout for them. Or do we just keep a running check of it? The nice thing of a running check is it's less code that needs to run, and so it's going to be more efficient, especially if we have a whole lot of bets, although the number of bets we're going to be talking about is going to be pretty small. The downside of a running total is if there's a bug, that running total might get off. And plus, if we have a running total, we've got to track it at two places. We need to track it, well, three places actually. We track it here, we track it when we, actually no, just two places. We track it here, and then we can add it to the running total here. And then we need to track it when bets are won or lost, and we need to subtract it from the running total whenever a bet is won or lost. Versus if we have the computation every single time, I guess there's still two places. There's the payout for this right here we need to check, but then there's the payout we need to compute for every single bet. So In terms of code complexity, I think it's pretty much identical. And I think I'd rather do a real-time computation rather than a running total. This way, if a bug does crop up, it minimizes the effect of the bug. Yeah, so let's think about that function here. There's probably like an available balance function. We have all sorts of bet processing here. Just balance. Get available balance. Yeah, so we have get available balance. It's going to look very similar to this. Just balance. Let's just call this get banker balance. Let's just copy paste this and we'll clean it up here. So I'm going to keep get available balance, then I will rename the first one to get banker balance. Oops. Or get available banker balance. So available balance is equal to get balance for this dot banker. Then we're going to need a payment factor or multiplier for each of these here. So pass bets is 1, pass odds is going to be equal to and we still have the complexity of this. Actually, no, it's actually a little bit more complicated than this because it's not based on username. We have to iterate through every single bet here. So let's just think of this through. And I think we have bet processing stuff that will handle this. So let's, yeah, I think we can, well, let's just see here. We have like a handle bet or place 1, buy 1, process bets. Yeah, let's try this. So let username of this dot pass bets. We can say var payout is equal to this dot pass bets dot get username times payout factor. of this matters. So we have the payout, and basically we want to say available balance is minus equal to this. And this is small enough. Of course, what we need is the payout factor at this point, and we have the same complexity as before, in that we need, well, let's see, in this case, this is actually nice and simple, because here we can call this dot odds multiplier for this dot point. And this should work just fine. What I'm thinking of doing is creating a series of functions here, or a function. And we could see, get bet payout. And what will we call this here? We're just going to pass in the bets array. And we call it get bets payout, and we'll call it bets. And so we can move this into here. Let username of bets.keys. Say var payout is equal to 0. We'll say payout plus equals bets.get. We still need a payout factor here. And just pass in a payout factor. Let's see here. Payout factor. Payout factor. And then return payout. Then we could say available balance minus equals this dot get bets payout. The bet is this dot pass bets. The payout factor is this dot odds multiplier. Times point. Yeah, we still have the issue of a point of 0. You know, this whole thing might be a lot easier if instead of throwing an exception on 0, we just return 0. Because then it solves a lot of complexity if I do that. So yes, I think I will do that. I'm just curious what JavaScript does if I do a division by 0. Let's just do some quick testing here. I'll say console.log division by 0. This will be plus 1 divided by 0. Infinity. Okay, great. So it does work. It just gives you a defined number that basically says division by 0 results in infinity. So that's great. Let's try division by undefined. Division by undefined is not a number. Okay, so great. I think both of those, either of those will make this so much easier. So let's go to odds multiplier. Let's just return undefined. Actually, let's see here. We could do this. We could say case 0, return undefined. So we still have a known case where there's no point, and then we still have the error handling case if I just throw in something wacky that is not valid, like 3 or 15 or something. We still get the exception, so that looks good. For place multiplier, we'll see. We'll start with odds multiplier because that's the only one I'm aware of that is an issue. So we'll start there and see where we go from there. So yeah, so if there is no point, this will return 0 times the point. Actually, no, not times point. We need to pass in the point. That'll return undefined. We will multiply that by the bet, and we'll get undefined. But there really should be no... So I'm a little backwards here. We actually want to... we're doing the pass bets first, so this should just be 1. I'll make a copy of this for the next line. This should just be 1 for that. Pass odds bets, however, is the next one. And this one we do have the multiplier. Alright, so let's continue on here. So we've done pass bets, pass odds, then there's don't pass and don't pass odds. So let's do both of these again. So don't pass is still 1. Don't pass odds, this is going to be 1 over the odds multiplier. So 1 divided by that. And if this does come back as undefined, we know that does work just fine. It'll show up as not a number. So that should be fine. Then we have field bets. And that can be 3, because we can pay up to 3 for 1 or 3 to 1 if you roll a 12 on the field bet. There's any craps, any 7. Any craps bets. I will check our documentation on that. I think any craps is 7.5 to 1. So that'll be 7.5 to 1 for any craps. Then there's any 7. Any 7 bets. This pays 4 to 1. Any craps, any 7, then there's fire bets. Let's check the fire bets here. And that should pay 999 to 1. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, the max amount is 999 to 1. Alright, so we've handled pass, pass odds, don't pass odds, field, any craps, any 7, and fire. Now we iterate over bets arrays indices 0, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Then we have come and don't come. These are both going to be 1 to 1. So get bets payout. We have don't pass bets, but instead we pass in come bet sub I. Simplify that. And then there is don't come bet sub I. And both of those should be good. Then we skip index 0 and we have all of these bets that are dependent on the exact number here. Alright, so let's look up come odds. This will look it's very similar to pass odds bets. This will be come odds sub I. And this dot odds multiplier from the point. The point in this case is going to be I, the index. So that's come odds. Then there's don't come odds. Then there's going to be the place bet. So actually, don't come. This needs to be 1 over that. So I don't think I'm going to bother lining these things up. It's a little... I don't know, we could try it. Let's see. Yeah. So we have come odds, don't come odds. Then there is the place bets. Let's go grab... I think just one of these should work for the place bets. Place bets sub I. Here we need a new multiplier. Let's see, we have an odds multiplier. Do we have like a place bet multiplier? We probably do. Yeah, we have place multiplier and a don't place multiplier. Excellent. So both of those will work. call it place multiplier sub I. And finally, don't place. We should have the don't place multiplier, d place multiplier sub I. Then we have the by and the lay. I'll have to think about those, because I think those are paid according to the true odds, but there is a commission that gets paid on those. So let's go look up how those get paid. Maybe there's an existing function we can call that'll help with this here. Yeah, so we have by 1. We compute the commission. So the commission is based on their bet. Then we compute their amount 1 and subtract their commission. Oy. Then lay bets is a little bit different. The commission is based off of the amount you win. So for buy bets, the commission is based off of the amount you bet. Lay, the commission is based off the amount you win. Interesting. We actually have these functions here kind of incorporate these things. I wonder if I could give it a call to one of these functions instead. Let's just go look up how we handle process bets. So we pass in the bets array, then the bets result. We get the bets result. Yeah, let's try something like this. I think this might be a cleaner approach to what I've been doing. As I was before, we'll set payout to 0. We'll iterate through every single username of the bet. We will get the result. We're not going to do an adjust balance. We will instead do payout is plus equal to result. We don't need to adjust balance. We don't need to set that. In fact, this could still be a one-liner. We could say payout plus equals this. Now this is small enough, we could probably do this. And then we still have to return payout at the end. So I think that'll work. We set the payout to 0, we iterate through all of the bets, all the usernames with the bet. Oh, we need to pass in this function here, bet result. The return payout. So I think that should work. And so what we need to do here is, rather than passing in the raw payment factor, we now need to pass in the bet result function that will do what we want. And I think we have some examples of this here. So let's go look up for how to handle pass bets. Actually, this should work here. We've got bet one multiplier, but let's look at the other options and see if we have better options here. Process hot bets. Let's just continue looking for how we handle pass bets. Yeah, so we have bet one and bet lost. Bet one is just going to be the very basic one-for-one approach. Let's just go find that, see how it works. We'll return the bet. So yeah, we can start with that for anything that's like a one-for-one. You just pass in this dot bet one. For the pass odds bets, we have another function we could call. Let's go look up how this one works here. We have light odds 1. Yes, and here we need to pass in the craps table and the numbers. Let's go see how this gets called. Yeah, this should work just fine here. It's a little bit crummy, because it means we can't do it on a single one line anymore. In the meantime, I'm going to clean this stuff up just so I don't try to organize code that is not going to be organizable just yet. Yeah, so we give it pass odds bets, we say light odds 1, we bind in the craps table object, and we don't need the die total. Instead, we need the point. This dot point. We have don't pass. This shall be this dot bet 1. So I'll just replace this here with that. For don't pass, we should have, I think, dark odds 1. So let's try this. Dark odds 1. Field bets. We need to have a bet multiplier. So we saw bet multiplier function show up. Let's go look and see how that gets used. Process number bets. We have don't place and lay 1. Here we have bet 1 multiplier. Let's just grab this guy. So for field bets, we can win up to 3. So great, that's perfect. Any craps is 7.5 to 1, so we'll give it 7.5. Any 7 is 4 to 1, so we'll give it 4 to 1. And fire bets is 999 to 1. Yeah, so there's a couple of these that are a little bit lengthy. Let's pull these out. The pass odds, we'll pull those out, and the don't pass odds, we'll pull both of those out. Then I think this will allow us to organize the rest of these. Oh, what happened there? Something happened. Oh, it's doing some indenting for me. Not sure why. I must have copied that, not cut it. Great, so I think this looks nice now and should be workable. Yeah, so pass bets are 1 for 1. Don't pass bets are 1 to 1, and 1 to 1 on don't pass. Field is 3 to 1. Any crap 7 to 5 to 1. Any 7 4 to 1. Far bets is 9 to 1. Then pass odds is handled by the light odds 1, and don't pass odds is handled by dark odds 1. Now for come bets and don't come, we can basically replace these with this bet 1. Alright, for come odds bets, this is going to be light odds 1. In this case, rather than the point being passed in, we're going to pass in I. I think we can just format this like that, just barely. That's just barely fitting. We'll have to see if that'll work or not. Alternatively, what we can do, this might be better actually, is do this. Yeah, let's do this. Now let's do the same thing for up here as well. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. However, we probably don't need to do the lining up anymore since it's going to just be too hard to make that work. Alright, so we've got the come odds bets is handled by light odds 1. Now let's do the, I think is what the dark odds 1 should be next. Yeah, dark odds 1. Dark odds 1, and we can just wrap this whole thing like that. For place bets, I think we have our own bet handling function for those. We'll have to see. And before I forget, I don't think we need this any longer since the new approach we're doing means we're not going to call this with a 0. So I think we can drop this. And yeah, now we want to see like a place 1 or something. Yeah, we've place 1 and don't place 1. Excellent. So both of those will work. And we want to pass in craps table and number for place 1 and don't place 1. So let's just grab it. This here, we'll call this place 1, and then don't place 1 for the next one. So it should be this dot place 1 dot bind. We give it craps table this, and number is this dot I. Why am I doing this dot I? This should just be I. And as before, let's go ahead and wrap this as well. It's just too lengthy. And now let's add in the don't place one for don't place. In this case, it's D place 1, and this everything else is the same. We'll go ahead and wrap this as well. So I've got come odds, don't come odds, place, don't place, and now we have buy and lay. And I think we have buy 1 and lay 1. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, here's buy 1 and lay 1. So we'll grab both of those as well. Ugh, come on. My editor really doesn't like the way I format things here. All right, so we're looking at buy bets. And I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. We're going to pass in the craps table and the number I. We'll just confirm that real fast, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works here. Yeah, we have buy 1, and yes, you must bind an object to this function as follows, craps table and number. So same thing as before. So buy bets and finally lay bets. Ah, oh, come on. Perfect. So we've got the come odds, don't come odds, place, don't place, buy and lay, all handled now. Alright, what's next? So we've handled all of these number bets here. Basically the come odds, don't come odds, place, don't place, buy and lay. All of those are handled. We have the hard bets arrays. We probably have a like a hard 1 or something. Let's go see if we have a hard 1 function we can use here. Process bets. Buy 1. Huh, how do we win on hard bets here? So we have process hard number. So here we actually compute the multiplier inside this function rather than inside the process bets, and then we pass that into this bet1 multiplier, which isn't going to be so great for us. It'd be nice if I had done a hard way 1 bet. So I think now is a good time to do that refactoring. So let's go just look this up here and just do a hard way 1 or something. Process number bets, process come bets, process bets. So we have lay 1, buy 1. His multipliers. And it's really quite simple. We can do this. Just do it here. We'll say hard way 1. So you just want to look up these multiplier functions here. We use odds multiplier multiple times. We have dplace multiplier and place multiplier. Does anyone else use place multiplier or dplace multiplier? Place multiplier, dplace. No, they're just using that one spot. But it does simplify those functions. So I think what I want to do is create a hard way multiplier. Say hard way multiplier. Let's go ahead and create that now as well. Call this hard way multiplier. This is line 392. Now we need to look at what to fill this with. I think we have our block of code that handles these. Yeah. So I'll just grab this for now. Let's see. So we switch multiplier or switch number. If it's 4 or 10, we return 7. Otherwise, we'll return 9. Otherwise, we throw an unrecognized number. And that's it. There's nothing else to this function here. Nice and simple. Hardway 1. So craps table hardway multiplier this dot number times bet. Looks nice and simple. And now let's actually go call this. So skip over processing a number other than what was rolled. Okay, I guess we call this in cases where the number might not be correct. So I'll trust that's correct. We have our multiplier, which we don't care about here. What we're instead going to do is call this other bet, this not bet1 multiplier, but should be, well, the hard way 1, and we'll just duplicate it from this guy. And we can drop all of this junk. We don't need this. Instead of place 1, it is hard way 1. We give it crouch table, the number. I believe it's just the die total at this point. Let's double check and make sure that is correct. As we have hardway 1, we pass in number into the hardway multiplier. And where is hardway multiplier? And yes, it is based on the total. So a total of 4 or 10 is 7 to 1. Total of 6 or 8 is 9 to 1. Die total should actually be number in this case, so we'll replace that with a number. And I think we're good. I think that's a good refactoring, and it now gives us this next function, this hardway 1 that we can now use for our work we interrupted. So let's go process that. Iterate over hard bets array, available bounce, blah blah blah. Minus equal this. Well, actually, just let's do gets bets payout. And this is going to be hardway 1. So hardway 1. We give it craps table, and I believe I is the correct number because we are skipping over those things. This is too big for one line, so I'm going to just do this formatting here. Yeah, still too big for that, so we'll wrap it like that. Yeah, so I think that's pretty good for hardways. And there's the hop bets. There's probably going to be a similar degree of complexity for this guy. So let's go think that through here. Let's go see how we pay out hop bets. So we have any craps, which we handle here, then we have any 7. Then we normalize our die results, so the lower number is first. Determine multiplier based on hard or easy hop bets. And as before, we compute the multiplier beforehand and call in the bet1 multiplier. So we could do a similar approach. It's a little more complicated because we have the two numbers. We could possibly get away with this. No, let's do a hop 1 and let's do a hop multiplier, and because that'll simplify our code elsewhere. So that'll be useful for us to do it this way. So we have our hard way multiplier. And now we're going to do our hop multiplier. Hop multiplier, we have die 1 and die 2. This is line 408. Let's go look for the logic again. Go back to 408. And we return. Die 1 is equal to die 2. If that's true, we return 33. Otherwise, we return 16. So nice and simple. Now let's do a hop 1 function. We could do that right after the hard way 1. Say hop 1. I say this is be the number for the bet. The number for the bet. Hop 1, we're going to have two numbers here. We're going to have die 1. Has to be number on the first die. Oh, come on. Die 2 is going to be the number on the second die. And now we need hop multiplier. We need to pass in this dot die 1, this dot die 2. And now this will hopefully simplify our hop handling functions. Let's go look up that. We no longer need to compute the multiplier here. Instead, we pass in let's see here. Now we'll pass in this hard way binding. It'll be a little different, but it'll be a start. So rather than the specific multiplier, we'll pass in this guy. Instead of hard way 1, it'll be hop 1. Craps table this, die 1 is equal to I, die 2 is equal to j. And that should be fine. All right, now let's go back to our get available banker balance and apply this to that function. Yeah, iterative over a hop bets array, so it's we'll just leave this here, but it's going to be a variant of this, sort of. All right, so get bets payout. The bet is the hop bets of I and j. And rather than hardway 1, it is going to be hop 1. I'm guessing that's too much for one line. Yeah. Yeah, so I pass in the hop bets array, or the hop bets map sub I sub j, pass in the hop bind hop1 function, and bind in craps table die1 and die2. And that will handle all of the multipliers for us. Okay, so I think this function is done. Let's just do another glance over it and make sure we fit everything here. So we're doing get available banker balance. Just thinking, do we want to do a check on if there is a banker? We should never really be calling this if there is no banker. But we could say, if this dot banker is null, return 0. That's probably a simple way of handling that. Just say skip if there is no banker. Kind of a form of defensive programming. Of course, depending on how defensive and how aggressive I wanted to be, and we should never call this if there is no banker. And so what we could do is say, ensure there is a banker. Ensure that there is a banker. If there is not, we can throw an exception. And so this way, we know exactly that a function or a problem occurred. We should probably have semicolons on these here. Semicolon, 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 semicolon. All right. So instead, let's throw there is no banker. So this way, we are guaranteed that, or at least, if I accidentally call this function when there is no banker, we'll get an exception and a stack trace and be able to track down what's going wrong. If I do a return 0, it'll silently return 0, and we won't really understand that there's a problem until we dig into it. So this is kind of more defensive programming to say that this should never be called when there is no banker. And let's enforce that by throwing that exception. Then we get our available balance for the banker. Then we just start decrementing the bets payouts, possible bets payouts for each bet. So pass bets 1 for 1. So we just pass in bet 1. That just returns the amount that they've won, or the amount that they bet as what they've won. For field bets, we just pass in the multiplier. The max you can win on a field bet is 3 to 1. For any craps, you can win 7.5 to 1. Any 7, 4 to 1. Fire bets, you can win up to 999 to 1. 999 to 1. Let's see, for light odds, the amount you win is actually dependent upon the point. So we use this light odds 1 function to do that computation for us. Same with don't pass. We use the dark odds 1 function, and all that looks correct. Now we iterate over all of the indices. We have all of these bets that are based on a specific number. So come bets can be on a specific number, and those all pay 1 to 1. Don't come 1 to 1. Then we have come odds. These are based on light odds 1. Don't come odds based on dark odds 1. Place bets are based on place 1. Don't place based on don't place 1. And buy bets on buy 1 and lay bets on lay 1. So all those appear to be handled correctly. Now we have the hard bets. These are betting on a particular hard way. You have 2-2 to get a 4, or 4-4 to get an 8, etc. Let's see. Oh, I have an error here in that I copy-pasted, typed in lay bets, but this needs to be something else. This probably needs to be hard bets, probably. Let's go see. Yeah, hard bets. So let's go replace lay bets with hard bets in that. Oh, where was it? Yeah, so there should be hard bets here. Hard bets sub I. This is based on the hard way 1 because the multiplier is dependent based on the hard way. Some hard ways are harder to hit than others, so the multiplier is based on the exact number you're trying to hit. And then we have the hop bets. So here, the amount you can win is based upon the exact bet. Here, you're betting on a very specific die roll. And if the die roll is the same, where I and J are identical, you get a better payout than if they're different, or is it the other way around? I forget. The hop 1 function handles all that for us, so I'm not going to worry about it here. But basically, the amount you can win is dependent upon whether your dice are identical or not. And we handle that here as well. Yeah, so we get to the available balance based on the current balance of the banker, then we subtract all of the possible amounts that all of the players can win, and return the remaining available balance. And now all of this was to lead us to this function that we were working on, is handle bet. Because what we decided to do was to do a real-time computation of the available balance every time, rather than maintaining a running balance total for the banker, or running available balance. This just seemed easier and less prone to bugs. And if there is a bug, it'll be a one-off bug as opposed to a bug that'll continue to remain for a lengthy period of time. Yeah, so I was thinking about this payout factor function. We actually have these bet functions that we've created now that we used earlier. And we could possibly use those functions now for this. So we're on line 1317. Let's just go look up how these get called. And here it is. We have math.floor, bet result, bets.get. I was wondering why we do math.floor here rather than inside bet result, but it just occurred to me that bet result is going to be a function of a large variety of functions, and so we always do it here just in case bet result doesn't floor it. And so yeah, I think we can just do this. Let's just go look up the handle bet. Yeah, so we have payout is equal to math.for bet result. Rather than passing bets.get username, we could just pass in the amount. So var payout. We'll just do payout function is what we'll call it here. And let's just rename that here while we're thinking about it. Payout function. And then if payout is greater than this dot get available banker balance, we need to prevent that bet from being made. Let's just think about this here. So it'll be username. It's a bet payout of ... exceeds available banker balance of splats. Let's see here. Let's say available banker balance is equal to that. So if this is greater than that, bet payout of blank exceeds available banker balance of blank. And let's go ahead and format the currency here. So this will be a plus this format currency of payout. This is probably way too much to do in a single line. Even if I wrap it like this, yeah. Bet payout of available, not available bigger balance needs to be payout. Payout of blank exceeds available banker balance. And I think that'll work. What's left is we need to now fix up where we call this function and call it using this payout function. So let's go look for everywhere who calls this handle bet Yeah, so I did this payout factor. It's actually a little bit different than this now. It's going to be... let's just grab a payout function. We're on 1117. It's going to be close to what we did down here. Be light odds 1. And we're on 1117. We could say var payout function is equal to this light odds 1 bind craps table this, or craps table this number this dot point. Then we pass in payout function. That should be good for the pass. That should be like bet 1. Let's just see how we pass in bet 1. Yeah, so nice and simple there. Just don't have to bind anything. Just this dot bet 1. Go back to line 1117. There we go. For don't pass odds, the payout function is going to be very similar, except it's going to be dark odds 1. So let's just do this. Rather than payout factor, we'll say payout function is equal to dark odds 1. Bind in craps table and the point, and we'll pass in payout function. Very close to needing to wrap this here. Or at least wrap it differently if we want to, or if we need to. If we add in more characters, we'll need to wrap that differently. Then we have don't pass. This is going to be this dot bet 1. Field. This is going to be a multiplier of 3. So let's go look up how to do the multiplier of 3. Back to 1117. Say var payout function is equal to splat. Any craps is going to be 7.5. Any 7 is 4 to 1. Fire is 999 to 1. Alright, now we have come odds, and this is actually not a call to handle bet, it's a call to handle come odds bet. And so we'll just address that when we get to that function. Come is handle bet, and we can just pass in this dot bet 1. Nice and easy here. Don't come odds is a little tricky. Oh, we have handle come odds bet, so we don't have to deal with that here. Don't come is bet 1. Okay, now we have place, don't place, buy, lay, hard. We'll have to think about those. And handle hard bet and hot bet are all kind of specialized as well. So we don't have to address those yet. Let's just go check and see if we've handled every occurrence of handle bet so far. Alright, so for pass odds, payout function is equal to light odds 1. We pass in craps table and the point. For pass, it's just bet 1, it's 1 to 1, or 1 for 1. Don't pass odds, we pass in dark odds 1, which we have done here. For don't pass, it's just bet 1, which we've passed in. For field, the multiplier, the possible multiplier is 3, so we create a payout function, pass in bet 1 multiplier, and bind a multiplier of 3, and pass that in. That's great. Any craps, same thing, 7.5. Any 7, same thing, multiplier is 4. Fire bet is a possible multiplier of 999, which I didn't fix. I didn't correct that here, so let's correct that here. And pass that in. Come odds is special, we'll address that later. Come is just 1 to 1, so we just pass in bet 1 for that. Don't come odds is special. We'll address that later. Don't come is 1 to 1, so we just pass in bet 1. It works just fine. Place, don't place, buy, lay, hard, and hop are all special. We'll have to address those later. So I think that's all of the places of handle bet that we've addressed so far. Now we have handle, come, odds, bet. So we're going to have our number. And get our bet point. So yeah, we've... Seem to be missing a var number here on these guys. Not sure how these functions are working without that. JavaScript must be pretty forgiving, but I thought you'd had to declare a variable before you used it. But since we've apparently copy-pasted that several times, let's just go ahead and fix all those occasions here. Although I suppose it's possible, there's a reason why I did that, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I think I just forgot to include the variable declaration. I'm not seeing any other occurrences of it here. Yeah, so I think we're fine so far. Now I'll go look for the next occurrence of handle bet. I think it's in this handle come bet, or handle come odds bet. And so yeah, what we need is a check function. We're on line 1232. Let's go grab our copy of, payout function. Go to 1232. var payout function is this light odds 1. We pass in craps table, and the number, rather than being the point, is going to be the number. Then we pass in payout function in addition to everything else. All right, handle number bet. So we need a chuck function to pass in, but we don't know. We don't have that yet. So let's see who calls handle number bet and see if it's easy to do. Okay, so here's all these special cases here. We have place bets, don't place, buy, lay, hard, and hop. And so we're going to have different payout functions for each of these here. They're all going to be bound the same way, but we're not going to know how to bind them until we get into the function. Alright, so I'm just going to have to reformat all of these here because it's just going to be too much to fit on one line. I do like the format that I had before, but it's just there's too much added complexity here and added line length. Alright. That's his last two I probably didn't need to do. Let's undo those last two until we know we get there. Yeah, so we'll leave those last two the way they were. Actually, these guys might be workable on their own as well. Well, no. Yeah, they're definitely too lengthy. Okay, never mind. We got to do all of those. All right, now let's clean up the formatting on these here. Let's realign these. Let's unalign these because they're so far apart now. There's just no point. Oops. That wasn't a line, or that must have been the longest one. Yeah, that was the longest one. Okay. So next up, let's see. Let's look at the handle number bet function and see how we've modified that here. I think we just added the new payout function. No, we haven't added the payout function, so let's go add that now. I think we just called it payout function under handle bet. Yeah, payout function. Let's go add that. I need to make a slight change here. I was looking for other bindings that we might have done. Because I basically want to bind the function that was passed in. Is that even an option? Let's just go look for .bind, and oh, there's 47 results. Not seen any examples of binding a function parameter or a function passed as a parameter. So I don't think I've done this yet. Hopefully this is something that is possible. This .pointCheck.bind, pointCheck.bind. Yeah, I've not done it yet. So Let's just take a look here. It's a number function. It's a number bet, so we know it's going to be a number function. All of those are going to be pretty similar. Not been one multiplier, but it's going to be something like this. Yeah, I think this'll be a good template here. And so it's going to be payout function.bind. We're going to pass in craps table and the number, which we have as number. This is lengthy enough that I don't want to pass it in, so could we say, well, could we just do this? Is this something that is reasonable that will allow me to do that? Let's try it and see what it does. And so now, whoever calls handle number bet now needs to pass in the raw payout function. We will do the binding in here, so we don't have to deal with the binding outside of this. So let's just go look and see who calls this. So we have place bets, and I think we have this dot, what is it, place 1. This dot D, place 1. This dot buy 1. This dot lay 1. And I think all of those will work. I think that's all correct. So let's continue to look for people who call handle bet and make sure that we've addressed all of those now. Alright, so this is all the basics. We've handled pass odds. We pass in the payout function that is light odds 1. For pass, we just pass in bet 1. For don't pass odds, we pass in the dark odds 1. For don't pass, we pass in bet 1. For field, we pass in a multiplier of 3 for the payout function. Any craps is 7.5. Any 7 is 4. Fire is 999. Come is bet 1. Don't come is bet 1. Now we have handle come odds bet. Alright, I think we've handled this here. So we did payout function is equal to light odds 1, and we pass it in. We bind in craps table and the number. Handle number bet. We pass in payout function into this function, then we bind it to craps table and number. Then we pass that in, and I'm not sure if I can do this binding like this, so we'll have to make sure that that does work. Handle hard bet. I don't think we've done it here yet, so yeah. Now, fortunately, I think we can just pass in, let's see, we're line 1261, so let's just look for usage of this payout function here. Yeah, here we go, hard way 1. This is 1261. Say var payout function is equal to this hard way 1 bind. We give it craps table, and for the number, let's give it number. And then payout function here. Alright, continuing on for further calls to handle bet, handle hop bet. It's a pretty lengthy function here, but we're going to have a very similar thing here. We're going to have the hop 1 function. Let's go look for hop 1, see how that gets bound. Oops. So as before, we'll say var payout function is equal to this hop1 bind. We give it craps table, and die1 and die2, that is going to be I and j, and that is correct. Then we give it payout function right before bet. A little too lengthy here, so let's I think we'll just wrap it like this. Perfect. And I think that is every call to handle bet. Let's just double check and see if we've missed any. So we've gone through these. Payout function, bet1, payout function, bet1, payout function, payout function, payout function, payout function, bet1, bet1, payout function, payout function, payout function, payout function. Here's the function itself. Then we've wrapped. So we've hit every occurrence of handle bet. And so the whole point behind this whole block of work, let's go look at the handle bet function just to see what we're doing here. And ensure that the banker has sufficient balance to accommodate a possible payout for the bet of the largest possible payout for the bet. So we say payout is equal math for payout function of amount. Then we get the available banker balance. Is this get available banker balance? And we've worked on that function. We wrote that function today. If the payout is larger than the available banker balance, we tell the player, payout of blank exceeds available banker balance of blank, and return. So I think we can do some basic testing here. Let's go give it a try. All right, so we have some typos here. Let's go fix those. Line 239. I'm missing a comma. Line 1117. What's the issue? Unexpected token, close parentheses. Well, let's take a look here. I may have overdone the parentheses. Yeah. And I may have done that multiple times. Yep, here it is again. Not here. I didn't have the issue here. Or here. Or here. Or here. So just a small handful of places. Let's try it again. Alright, line 1244. Probably the same thing. Looks like another unexpected token. Yep. And looks like here as well. Yeah, it looks like here as well. And here as well. Let's try it again. Okay, so no syntax crashing there. And so what we want to do is, well, first we need a banker. So I'm going to set up stream elements to the banker here. And let's see, a field can pay out 3 to 1. So let's just see if I try to do a $100 field bet and see if that fails. So craps bet field for 100. Crash. We're on line 235. Cannot read property keys of undefined. So let's look up line 235 and see what's going on here. So we're going to get bets payout. Well, let's see who called this. 235, looks like 246 called this. Let's try 246. Oh, yeah, I passed in the wrong name here. It needed to be a capital B for this. I'm not sure how I missed that. Helps if I modify the right thing. Let's just do a quick glance and make sure I don't have any similar issues here. Looks like I've hit them all properly. So let's try that one more time. So again, we'll need a banker. Hello, Steve Wood 1990. Welcome back to the stream. How is it going? So I set up stream elements to be the banker. Now let's do another bet, craps bet field for 100. And this should exceed the maximum available or the available banker balance. It says payout of $300 exceeds available banker balance of $250. Steve White says you're doing good. Excellent. Glad to hear it. I am doing well as well. Had a week off last week due to Mother's Day, but I'm back and glad to be back and making progress on my chatbot again. So it's a good day. I'm happy. Yeah, let's see. We got to just kind of test all of these different things here. Test every single option to make sure that they do indeed work. It's going to be a little tricky to test all of these. So what I think I want to do, let's turn off the balance adjustment code so that I can set someone up to be really poor and just start testing this stuff here. So we have start roll timer, cooldown timer, balance adjustment timer. Yeah, who calls balance adjustment timer? Yeah, I think we could just do this. So we won't call that, and we just want to adjust any balances. Let's kill the bot. Let's pico players.json. And yeah, story stream elements, but we're going to have to cut down your money here. We can multiply everything by 100. So that's 250. That should be 25. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll give it 25 bucks. So let's go ahead and give it another try here. Yeah, stream elements now is 25 bucks, and so it's going to be easy to exceed bets for stream elements now. So again, let's do banker. Get stream elements to be our banker here. Now let's just go down the list of bets and make sure that they all work the way we would expect. Actually, it might be easier to just go down our documentation here. So we have pass. We'll start with pass. Okay, craps bet pass. This bets or this pays back 1-to-1. So let's just do it for 50 bucks. Payout of 50 bucks exceeds available banker balance of 25. Excellent. We need odds, so let's just get a point here. Say craps bet pass for 1. And craps roll for, I don't know, 2-2, just to get a point here. Now let's say craps bet pass odds. We'll do that for 50, because that should exceed their balance. In fact, the payout should be 100. Sees a maximum available balance of 24. Excellent. So it is tracking their existing balance. Wasn't testing for that yet, but I'm glad to see that that does work. Then there's don't pass. I'm not sure I can bet that with a point. Oh, let's see. Let's try it. Craps bet don't pass for 50. Cannot bet don't pass when a point is set. Yeah, I was afraid of that. So let's just do craps roll 3-4. We'll do a loser here. Now let's do craps roll. Or not craps roll. Oh, we need a new banker. Let's get a new banker here. We'll do another banker from stream elements. And let's see, we're on don't pass. So we've already tested pass odds. So we're in don't pass. Say craps bet don't pass for 50. Payout of 50 exceeds available banker balance of 25. Excellent, so don't pass works. Now we need don't pass odds. So we need a don't pass bet. We'll say craps bet don't pass for 1. Now let's do another roll. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet don't pass odds of 50. You need a point first. Oops, I need a roll. Craps roll 2-2. I should have read the error message rather than assuming that just worked. Now we do craps bet don't pass odds of 50. Payout of 25. Oh, okay, good call. I didn't realize. I forgot that don't pass has kind of the opposite effect here. So yeah, let's say craps bet don't pass odds of 80. Yeah, payout of 40 exceeds maximum available balance of 24. Excellent, so don't pass works. I think we've tested field, but let's do field one more time. Say craps bet field for 10. Should be maximum payout of 30 exceeds available balance of 24. Same with any craps. Let's try any craps of 10. Craps bet any craps of 10. Any 7. Craps bet any 7. Looks like it's continuing to roll in the background here. That's fine as long as it doesn't hit any of the numbers we're trying to hit here. Payout of 40 exceeds maximum balance of 24. That was any 7. There's fire. We can't test that yet because we have a point. So if I say craps fire of 1, I'm right. Oh, craps bet fire 1. Cannot bet fire when a point is set. So let's get rid of the point. Say craps roll 3-4 just to clear out that point. Now craps roll or craps bet fire 1. Oh, we need a new banker first. So I can test this. If I try to bet this, it should complain that we need a banker before we can bet. So let's do a new banker. Now craps bet fire 1. Payout of 999 exceeds available banker balance 25. Excellent, so fire works. Now we need a come bet. I don't think I can bet a come bet directly, so craps bet come of 50 should complain you need a point first. So let's do, well, let's just set a point. It doesn't matter. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet come of 50. Payout of 50 exceeds available banker balance of 25. Excellent. For come odds, I'm going to need a point. So say craps bet come odds, let's say 10 for 80. We need a come bet on this number first. Let's say craps bet come for 1. It doesn't matter. Craps roll 5-5 to get a point of 10. I say craps bet come odds 10 for 80. Payout of 160 exceeds available banker balance of 24. Excellent. So as come and come odds, I've tested both of those. Yeah, come 50 exceeded and come odds 80 exceeded. We need a don't come, so let's go ahead and test that. Say craps bet don't come for 1. And craps roll... Let's go back to a 4-4 here. Or a 2-2, actually. Let's go 2-2. And craps bet don't come odds on the 4-4-80. Payout of 160. Huh, that looks wrong. Because the payout should be 40. So let's go look at the code and see what I screwed up there. This is for don't come. And that's probably an issue with how we call the don't come function here. Let's see, let's go up to here. Come odds. Oh, we have handle come odds bet, handle come odds bet, don't come odds, so both of these so come odds bet and come odds bet handles both come odds and don't come odds. So let's look up handle come odds bet. I bet I just didn't handle this properly here. Oh yeah, here we go. We have is light. So we have light is true. We want to go with light odds 1. Otherwise, we want to go with dark odds 1. So we can do this and say is light question mark. And if that's true, we go with this. Otherwise, we go with dark odds 1. I think that'll work. Alright, so let's go give this another try here. We'll have to test the come odds and don't come odds again. Let's go check our balances. So I'm at 100, Marky G is at 100, Stream Elements is at 25. So all the balancers are still correct there. That's excellent. Now let's bring up the documentation again. So we need to test the come odds again. There's a craps roll 2-2 just to get a point set. Actually, we need a banker first, so let's say craps banker. Actually, let's do stream elements as the banker. And let's say craps roll 2-2 to establish a point of 4. Now let's do a craps bet come for 1. And craps roll 5-5 to set a come point of 10. Craps bet come odds 10 for 50. Actually, we'll go 80 on this one, just to have that. Alright, so payout of 160 exceeds maximum available balance of 24. So come odds looks good. Now let's do the don't come. So craps bet don't come for 1. Craps roll 2-2 to set a point of 4 for that don't come. And craps bet don't come odds on the 4 for 80. Payout of 40 exceeds balance of 23. That looks great. So that works correctly now. Let's see, have we tested don't come? We probably tested don't come, but let's just test it again. Craps bet don't come for 80. You need a point first. Alright, craps roll 2, 3, whatever, I don't care. Craps bet don't come for 50. Alright, payout of 50 exceeds banker balance of 23. Excellent. So don't come and don't come odds we've tested. Place. We can now test. Craps bet place on the 4 for, let's go 50. Payout of 90 exceeds. And let's just test all the different numbers here since this is easy to test. So craps bet place on the 5 for 50. Available payout of 70. Payout of 58 and change. Then 8's going to be 58 and change. 9 is going to be 60. Or 70, I guess. And then 10 should be back up to 90. So that seems to be working. So that was the place. Place to lose should be very similar. It's going to be kind of the opposite. What's my balance? Available balance is 98, so let's say craps bet don't place on the 4 for 98. Payout of 44 and change exceeds, let's say 5. Payout of 61 and change exceeds. Alright, don't place. Right, that's why it's getting... the numbers are getting smaller here, or larger. Payout of 78 and change, and then we'll do the opposite. We'll go... let's go 8. Should be 78 and change. 9 should be 61 and change. And 10 should be back to the original 44 and change. So don't place looks good. The buy is going to be a little interesting here. Commission is charged when bet is 1. Let's just bet like 80 on each of these. I think will be a correct bet here. So craps bet buy on the 4 for 80. Payout of 156. Excellent. Craps bet buy on the 5 for 80. 116. Craps bet the buy on the 6 for 80. 92. 5, 6, 8. Should be back to 92. 9 should be 116. And 10 should be 156. Excellent. So the buy looks like it's working just fine. Next up is the lay. Again, commission is charged when bet is 1, so let's do a craps bet lay on the 4 for 80. 38. 5 is 50 and change. 6 Yeah, 63 and change, and then the 8 should be 63 and change. 9 should be 50 and change, and 10 should be back to 38. So perfect. The buy and lay works. The hard ways, let's try a couple of different options here. So we have craps, bet, hard 4 for, I don't know, let's go $30. Wow, payout is 210. Let's do craps, bet, hard 6 for $30. Payout is 270. Craps, bet, hard 8 for 30. Should be 270 again. Craps, bet, hard 10 for 30. Should be back to the original 210. Perfect. So the hard ways work. Then hot bets. We have our 2 hot bets here, or not our 2 bets, but we have 2 dice on these. And the 2 results are basically if it is a hard way, if the 2 numbers are identical, that pays out more than if the 2 numbers are different. So let's try craps, bet, hop for 1-1 for 20. Payout of 666 exceeds balance, or sorry, 660, not 666. Then let's say craps, bet, hop of 1-2 for 20. Payout of 320 exceeds maximum balance of 23. So great. So all of the bets appear to be working. I've not tested all variations of like pass odds and don't pass odds. I'm just relying on my belief that I've called the right functions and the functions do the right things. We verified for the place, don't place, buy, lay, and the hard that all the variations work. So I'm pretty confident that the pass odds, don't pass odds, and come odds and don't come odds will work. And we've also done a couple tests of the hop. We did have one issue that we resolved. All right, so the next test is to make sure that the computation for available balance is correct. So to do this, let's go again and modify the player balances here. Let's give stream elements, that's what, 25, 250, 2,500, 25,000, 250,000. Let's give it 250,000. This way we have some really major stuff we can throw at it here. And actually, let's give myself some extra cash as well. Oops. For myself, let's give myself, I'm at what, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. We'll go to 100,000. All right, now let's do a... Steve 1990 says, if only it was real money. Yes, that'd be amazing. It's like, yeah, I want to buy a mansion. Just give me a few $1 billion and I'm good. I'm not greedy. Just a few billion should be enough for my life. If only. I'll just go log it on my bank and edit their balances.json file. No problem. Yeah, so let's just go through the list again here. Actually, I'm probably going to need even more money. I'm going to need more money than our bot here. Because I'm going to need to do some large bets for some of these cases. So I think a cool $1 million. That should be fine, right? $1 million's enough for everybody. So maybe with $1 million, stream elements with $250,000. and then everybody else. And I'll obviously have to reset this file before we proceed here. So let's bring up our documentation. And yes, I just want to make sure that the pass bet is computed properly. So to do this, let's do craps bet pass for, well, actually we need a banker first. We'll say craps, let's do a banker, let's get Stream Elements to be our banker here. Say craps bet pass for 1. Let's do craps bet fire for a lot. Payout of a large amount exceeds available banker balance of 249,999.00. So pass is computed properly. Now let's get a point. Craps roll 2-2. Now let's do a point. Let's do a odds bet on that. Craps bet pass odds for 1. I say craps bet hop. Let's go 1-1 for 500,000. Oh, better, that was too much. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500. 1, 2, 3. Payout of 16,500,000 exceeds available banker balance of 249,997. Right, so the pass odds should pay 2-1 because it is a point of 4, and so yes, that is correct. The payout is correct there. The calculation is correct for pass odds. It'll just be easier to reset this for the next phase. So let's just reset it and do it again. Now let's do a don't pass. Craps bet. Actually, we did a banker first, so let's do banker. Craps bet don't pass of 1. Let's do craps bet fire for a huge amount. And exceeds maker balance of 249,999. Excellent. Let's get a point. Craps bet, or craps roll 2-2. Point established of 4. Now let's bet. So we'll make it an even multiple. Let's bet 38. So craps bet don't pass odds 38. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 100,000. Actually, let's do 500,000. 500. 1, 2, 3. Exceeds banker balance of 980. So yes, I've bet 38 on the don't pass odds. That will pay $1 for every $2 I bet. So it should be a payout of 19. We include the payout of 1 for the don't pass odds, and 249,980 is correct. So don't pass and don't pass odds looks good. We can also do the fields. Let's do craps bet field for, I don't know, 10. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And now it exceeds the available balance of 249,950. And that's correct because field pays 3-1, so my bet of 10 would pay out 30. And so that decrements the available balance by 30 there. So that's good. Any craps pays 7.5-1. So let's say craps bet any craps for 10. Craps bet hop for 1-1 500,000. And yes, it's now dropped off 75, so my 10 would pay 75, so that is a correct calculation. Any 7 pays 4-1. So say craps bet any 7 for 25 bucks. And say craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And yeah, so my 25 will be multiplied by 4 to be 100, and the available balance is now dropped by 100 to 249,775. So any 7 works. We're on to testing the fire. To test this, I'll need to reset things, so let's just bounce the bot again here. Alright, so let's just do a craps bet of... well, we need a banker first, so banker for stream elements to be our banker. Craps bet fire for 1 should be 999. And now let's do craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. Alright, exceeds available banker balance of 249,001. So the fire bet is working. Now we want to test the come bet and then the come odds. So this should be simple enough. First, let's set a point. So craps roll 2-2. And craps bet come for 1. It doesn't really matter. Craps bet hop for 1-1 500,000. And yes, 249,000. So the come bet is accounted for. So the come bet is working. Come odds, we need a point of 10. So let's just do craps roll 5-5 to set a point of 10 for that come bet. Say craps bet come odds 10 for 50, because it'll pay 2 for 1. This will be a $100 payout, possibly. Then craps bet hop 1-1 for $500,000. This exceeds available balance 248,900. It used to be 249,000. So yes, my come odds is being calculated properly. Now it's time for don't come. To make this easy, I'll just reset the bot here. And as before, let's just, well, first we need a banker, so let's run our banker command. Then we need a point, so let's do craps roll 2-2 to set a point of 4. Then craps bet don't come for 1, it doesn't really matter. Now let's do craps hop on the 1-1 for 500,000. Oops, craps bet hop on the 1-1 for 500,000. Exceeds banker balance of 249,999. Perfect. So the don't come bet is computed properly. Don't come odds. So I bet 2 to win 1. So let's do 38 again. We'll say craps. Well, actually, we need a point first. So let's say craps roll 5-5 and craps bet don't come odds on the 10 for. Let's go 38. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And then it's 249,980. So yes, it is computing the don't come odds correctly. Let's see, placing. This will help if I remember how placing works. Specifically the payouts for it. Alright, so let's see, placing on the 4, So 4 and 10 pay 9 to 5. So if I bet 10, I should get 90. So say craps, bet, place on the 4 for 10. Let's continue the roll in the background, but I think I can ignore that. And then say craps, bet, hop. And the 1-1 for 500,000. Exceeds 249,962, 249,999. Let's see here. 962. Oh, let me see, 980. So it's taking out 18. All right, so 5 to 9, so I bet 10, so I should be paid 18. So yes, that is correct. My internal math was wrong, but now that I look at it, I think that is correct. So let's do the same thing for the 10. Okay, so that apparently ended that roll. So I'm a little over, but the stream element still has 250,000, so we're good there. So let's do banker for stream elements. And yeah, let's just do a different number here. So we place the 10. Let's place the 6. That pays 7 to 6. So let's bet 7, or let's bet 6. So craps, bet, place on the 6 for 6. Craps, bet, hop, or 500, or 1-1, or 500,000. Oops. Craps, bet, hop, 1-1 for 500,000. Payout of blah 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 exceeds 249,993, so $7. Yeah, so we've just done 2 variants of the place, and it appears to be working correctly. So we have place to lose. Don't want your junk. If we bet 5, we should win 4 on the 6 and 8. So let's try craps bet D place for on the 8 for 5. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. 249,989. So it was 993 earlier. It is $4 shorter. And yes, that is correct. Betting 5 should win me 4 on that. Well, let's test the 9 now. Let's bet $8 on the 9 and see what happens here. Hello, welcome to the stream, BT Askaya. Just testing my bot here, so you're welcome to play with it while I'm testing. You shouldn't. I don't think you will really interfere with anything, and most of it should work. The feature I'm working on right at the moment isn't complete, but everything else does work, so feel free to play with it and poke at it. You're welcome to do so. So yes, I'm going to place an $8 bet on the 9 and see if this works correctly here. Oh, I lost some money, but that shouldn't affect anything. So craps bet. I'll do craps bet on the don't place for the 9. And let's bet $8 on that. Craps bet 1-1 for, or craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And yes, so that works as well. If you want to bet on, if you want to do a don't place bet, you need to say the number first. So maybe craps bet D place the number you want to bet on. It's 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. So let's go say 5, and then the amount you want to bet So that would be something like that. Craps bet D plays 5 for $500 or for $400. Perfect. And let's go make sure that the hop, the balance is adjusted properly. So craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. Yes, does look like that has continued to update. As well as the place and the don't place. There's also the buy and the lay. So I think the buy is very similar to the odds. In fact, the buy is the odds payout minus a small commission. So let's do a buy. So craps bet buy on the 10 for 100. That should affect this by 180, I think. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And let's see, we've gone from 870 to 675. Let's see, maybe the commission is $5. That might be correct. So it should be, because yeah, if I bet 20, the commission would be $1. So 100, the commission should be $5. So yeah, it should be 195 is what I'm winning, and we go 870 to 675. So yes, the buy bet looks like it's working. Let's also try the lay bet. So let's say craps bet lay on the 10 for $100. Craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. And bet exceed 627.50. Let's see, because we should. Oh, that's right. We get paid $50 for that. The commission is based on that, so the commission would be $2.50. So yes, that looks correct as well. Excellent. So buy and lay looks correct. Let's try the hard ways. So those pay, I don't know, a bunch. It doesn't really matter. Say craps bet hard on the hard 4 for $10. Let's just go with $100. And craps bet hop 1-1 for 500,000. It's going 248,927. So what would be the hard ways? Now let's go look them up. Alrighty, so the U.S., most other countries, the hard 6 and 8 pay 9-1, hard 4 and 10 pay 7-1. So when I made a hard bet of 100, it was going to pay back 700, and so 627 minus 700 would be 927. Yes, so the hard way is working. Excellent. And finally, we've been testing the hop bets, but now let's do a real hop bet. Let's see, the hard hop bets, I think those pay 33-1. So let's try a 33-1 odds here. So let's get into banker. Craps bet hop 1-1 is pretty hard. We'll say 100 for that. And craps bet 2-2 for 500,000. Oops. Craps bet on the hop 2-2 for 500,000. That exceeds available balance of 246,700. So we take the see my bet of 100, multiply that by 33. Got my calculator up so I don't screw up the math in my head here 100 times 33, and it should be 25000 minus 3300. 2467000. So yes, that does work. Let's also do the easy hop. Say craps bet hop 1 2 for 100. Oops, looks like I just missed the timeout for that. So let's get a new banker. Craps bet hop 1 2 for 100. Then craps bet hop 2 2 for 500,000. 248400. So let's just try this again. We'll say should pay what, 16 to 1. So 100 times 16, 25000 minus 1600. 248400. Excellent. The math works out there as well. So yes, I believe I've tested both ends of this. Basically, the payout is computed when you're making the bet, and you're prevented from making a bet that will exceed the available, where the payout of the largest possible payout of that bet will exceed the available balance of our banker. So that logic seems to work. And I've also done the computation, or the check, to see if the available balance is computed correctly, and both seems to be working. Now what's left is we actually need to pay people from the bank account of the banker, and when people lose, the money needs to go back to the banker. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's one other thing I can think of to change here, but I think I'm ready to work on the payouts first, and then we'll think about this one last remaining thing. And actually, you know what? Before I hop into this, I have actually been streaming for about 3.5 hours. I needed just a small break here to grab a small bite to eat and just take a quick break. So I'm going to just step away for about 10 minutes. I'll leave the bot running. It's the current feature that I'm working on is not working yet, but you're welcome to play with the bot, and everything else is working. So you're welcome to do that while I'm away. And I'll just be back in about 10 minutes. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Just needed to step away for a few minutes to grab a quick snack. Just relax for a little bit. Been streaming for a few hours and just needed to take a quick break, so I do appreciate your patience there. I see the chatbot has continued to run in the background, and I'm not sure what the bet is, but someone... it's just continuing to roll here. I don't think we actually have any bets. Because I think the hot bets I made were resolved right away. But we have a points of 5, and we just can't hit that 5. It's a great roll otherwise, though. If you're making other bets, this would be a fantastic roll. Just we can't hit that point, unfortunately. But that's alright. We're ready, I think, for the next step of this task, which is... to actually have the payouts come from the banker, and when people lose, have that money go back to the banker. So let's go look at the code. I think I commented out the timer that pays people back if they're below our minimum balance. Where would that be? We have our init. Where's like our craps timer here? Ah, here it is. Craps timer. Yeah, so we'll re-enable this so that people can actually get their money back. Before I run this, I will reset the player balances because obviously they're just crazy. I gave myself just, what, $1 million to make testing a little bit easier. But now that we're done with that phase of the testing, I'm going to go back to the original balances so that everyone will be at a level playing field for this next step here. And so yeah, we have these functions for handling bet results. And so let me just see how these all work here. I think we have like a process bets function. We have results. We have adjust balance. Why do I have a function for this rather than just do it directly? If this bet results has username, we set it. Then we set their bet results. We increment their results in the bets, in the bet results. Then we clear the bets. All right, finally we hit a 7. So we didn't hit our point of 5, but we got a 7, and that finally cleared out that sequence there. Took a while. That was a pretty lengthy roll. So yes, if the result is positive, we're giving money to the player and taking it from the banker. So this is probably easy enough to do by just doing this. Say adjust balance username. So in this case it would be this dot banker and negative result. I think it's that easy. Because if you lose, you just lose your bet. We just take your bet away. But if you win, you keep your bet, and then you get whatever other money that you've won that we've computed through all these other functions we've been looking at all day today. And so I think this works. Let's go look at adjust balance and see what it does here. Yeah, so it sets the balances, we get their balance and add the amount. And we call this get balance because get balance handles the case where they might not exist. So I think that's why I did this function, is because there's just enough logic in here replicated in various places that I just got tired of replicating that logic, so I just did a single function that I call it here, here. Interesting. I could have sworn when I did the iterative update of the balances, this balance adjustment function here, that I would have called adjust balance. But let's see here. So we have new balance is get balance plus. Ah, yes, this is the problem. We needed to do this check. If your new balance exceeded the minimum balance when we're giving you additional money, we prohibit you from exceeding the minimum balance. So then if you did exceed it, we just set it back to the minimum. So the logic here is just a little bit different. That's why we don't call adjust balance. That makes sense. Now, if we really wanted to call adjust balance, we could probably do a more elaborate check and say, I don't know, the code works. I'm not going to mess with it. I think it's fine. So let's test the new change. So now we have a banker, and when you win, the money should come from the banker. When you lose, the money should go back to the banker. So let's just do some simple testing and see what this does. First, let's rm players.json, so we reset all of our players. Rerun our bot. Let's create stream elements as a banker. And let's do some simple testing. So let's say craps bet pass for 1. And I'll do real testing here. This will be purely random. I'll let the timer run, so if anybody watching wants to also play and test and mess around, you're free to do so. It's always a great testing opportunity when people besides myself play, because people have other ways of playing that I don't always think of. So sometimes we'll come up with bugs that I don't find otherwise. So as another option, is I could create a craps player that's a chatbot that does random junk to just test it, I suppose. That's probably more work than I want to do. And I probably don't want to create a project that would allow people to abuse my channel. Alright, so I've got a point of 4. Excellent. So let's go do odds on my point. So let's say craps bet pass odds for 10. Let's say craps bet come for 1. Do my standard kind of betting strategy here. While I'm waiting for this, I think I want to add another command. So this command will be balance. Just adding a new stream elements command here. Let's make the delay be, or the timeout to cooldown be similar to the other ones, 60 and 60. And let's update this banker command as well. So we have a roll 5-3, so my come bet just became an 8. So say craps bet come odds 8 for 10. And at some point I'm going to exceed what our balance is able to accommodate. Let's check what that is. Let's say craps bet hop 1-1 for, I don't know, 50. Something that's really huge. Yeah, so available banker balance of 66. Let's just test this. I've added a bot balance command. Alright, so here's a potential issue in that it'd be nice if the available balance here would actually show their actual available balance based on the bets they're sponsoring right now or committed to. Banker cannot bet. If I do bot banker, yeah, it just ignores that because, well, you already have a banker. If I say banker, craps banker, Stream Moments is the banker. So yeah, we probably want to have the available balance display, or when the banker gets their balance, we probably want to display their available balance. Not that it's all that important, but could be useful. So what are my bets here? Just see what I'm waiting on here. So I have a pass line for $1, odds on my pass line for $10, a come bet on the 8 for $1, and odds on my 8 for $10. So we're waiting to hit either the 4 or the 8. Those are the two numbers that will win, or a 7 will cause me to lose. Let's just keep betting. So I'm just letting the timeout run here. Just makes this for a little more relaxing, allows other people to participate if they want. And it's about 60 seconds per roll, so not a huge delay. I've been going pretty intense with the code, so it gives me a bit of a mental break as well to not have to be constantly thinking about what I'm typing every second of every moment of this stream here. Alright, so we've got a winner. So I had a come bet that won because we rolled an 11. So let's check my balance. So my balance is 101. The bot balance should be 99. Yeah. We do have the once per minute top up, so it may have been topped up at this point. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's do another bet. Say craps bet come for $1. We'll just keep an eye on things here. Can verify the available balance. Say craps bet hop 1-1 for 50. Payout of 1,650 exceeds banker balance of 65. make our available balance, so 65. All right, so he's 7 out. I lost 21 bucks. Our banker should have won 21 bucks. So there, we see our banker has a lot of money and I'm down to 80. So that's great. So now the banker is not going to be getting their top up every minute as long as they stay above 100. So this will be a better opportunity to test this here. So let's do another bot banker. Say craps bet pass for 1. And we'll continue to run this. For those of you who are just joining, I am testing out my Twitch craps table chatbot that I've been working on. This is an open source project available on GitHub if you want to check it out. You can go to GitHub. Here is the project link for those who are curious. And I'm just testing some basic stuff here. It mostly works. I've implemented a new feature today and just making sure this new feature works. So I'll be interacting with chat, mostly testing out the bot and seeing how it works. But the bot is working, so if you do wish to test it, you are welcome to test it as well. If you need help with the craps table bot, there is the help command. This links to a player guide that describes the commands and gives you an example of how to play. Let's see, so we've got a point of 10, and I have a pass line bet, so let's do pass odds for 10. We've got a timer of about a minute between rolls here. This allows people time to set up bets and whatnot. It does mean that things do take a little bit of time, but I'm kind of ready for a bit of a break, so I'm just kind of letting things go a little slower right now. See, I forgot to do my come bet. Not a huge deal. Let's just go ahead and do that now. Craps. It actually saved me a buck, so that's handy. Check the balance of our banker. Still at 121, so no one has won or lost anything yet. And so their balance is still what it was when we started at 121 units of currency. Alright, so we've got a points of 10, and we just rolled a 4. So I've got my pass line bet on the 4 with odds, and now I've got a come bet on the 10. Let's add odds to that. So craps bet come odds on the 4 for $10. What is my balance here? Yeah, so I started this session, or this betting set, or this rolling set, with 80, and now I'm up to 85, so I get 1 unit of currency per minute until I get back up to 100. Now, that seems pretty reasonable. The betting I'm doing is within range of what I would get per minute. That might be a bit much. If I get another 7 out here, I'll be hurting a little bit. I'll be down to 63, but as long as I make sensible bets, I could pretty much play indefinitely with this. Although I bet at all, then I go down to 0, but that's obviously not betting sensibly. Alright, so we rolled an 11, so I don't have a come bet, so no effect. I'm just still waiting for either the... Well, let's check my bets here, see what we're waiting on. As we got pass line with odds, and the point is 10, and come bet with odds on the 4. So I'm waiting for the 10 or the 4 to hit. Boy, those are hard numbers there. Let's get another come bet going and say craps bet come for $1. And I'll just keep betting this until I win something here, I guess. Because what I really want to test is if I win something, does it correctly take it out of the pocket of the banker? I'm pretty sure it does, because we did see that when I lose, it goes into the pocket of the banker, but I just want to make sure the opposite works before I proceed on with the next element of my testing here, or my development. I got a couple more features I want to add here, but I just want to make sure that this is working before I move on. So I lost $1. So my balance has gone down, but our banker balance, or bot balance, should have gone up to 122, I think. Yeah, 122 now. Excellent. Let's do craps bet come for 1. Let's just see what our available banker balance is right now as well. So craps bet hop 1 for 50. Available banker balance of 79, so they must. There's the 3 come bets for 3 each, and then 24. Let's see here, and 10 on each of the odds, and those would be 28. So 40, 43, and their balance is what, 122. So 40 would be 82, 3, sorry. Yes, the math works. Which I did test it pretty thoroughly earlier, so I'm not surprised. But it is good to just verify the math does work every once in a while. Just to make sure no errors have cropped up there. Alright, we hit our 4. That's great. So I win a whole bunch of cash. Let's check the bot balance. And they're at 101. So I won $21. Their balance used to be 122, so they've lost that and given that to me. So great. I think that's working. So I'm going to start working on the next step here. Basically, at this case, or at this point, we have this balance command, which I just ran for the bot. Normally, if you run your balance command yourself, like let me run it for myself here, You get your balance, and then you see your available balance. Your available balance is based on how many bets you have out there. That's the amount I have available to bet. For the banker can't bet. And so their available balances should probably be based on the banker's available balance, based on how much money they have tied up in bets they're backing. And we already have a function that does that for us. We have a get available banker balance that we built earlier today. Get available banker balance. It's a fairly complex function there that computes their balance and works really well. And so yeah, let's go look up the command processing section of my code here. There's going to be like a get balance or a balance command, and let's just take a look at that here. Balance command. Yeah, so here we can say, oh, looks like I hit the other point. Excellent. So I win extra money. So I've got 21 bucks, I think. Are we done? Do we still have any bets out there? What's going on? I have a come bet on the 4. Let's put odds on that. Craps bet come odds on the 4 for 10 bucks. Yeah, so available balance, we could say if... Oh, where is this? The banker command, this.banker equals username. Let's just grab this. So if this.banker is equal to username, then do this, actually it's a question mark, this.get available banker balance, otherwise do get available balance for the username. So this way, if the banker calls the balance command, this will actually get their balance. Oh, we sub it out. No! We need a new banker. Well, let's take a look at the output here. So I've actually got up to 119 and our poor banker has dropped down to 92. So that was a good session for me. Helped by the fact that I earned some extra currency along the way with the incremental currency or balance adjustment. So the only other thing to think of is, do we want to print out the available balance each time someone wins or loses? Well, let's just try that real fast. Just code up a simple version of that and see what it looks like. I may hate it, but we'll try it for the moment and just see what it looks like. So we have process roll, we have all this bet handling logic, and then we get to the show bet results. What does show bet results do? So we have bet results.keys. Let's just look up the JavaScript map functionality here. map length is what I'm looking for. Or map.size. So map.size. All right. Let's see, let's say var bet results is equal to dot size greater than 0. Bet results displayed. So if there are bet results, this will display them. Let's do this here. Otherwise, start the timer for the next roll and display the banker's available balance. Say available banker balance plus, and then we need, we're on line 830. Let's just keep a look till we find it here. $830. And it's this get available banker balance. We probably want to display this whenever there's a new banker as well. So I'll actually move this to a new function. Let's see, get available banker balance. Now let's say a new function, display available banker balance. So can I make this fit on one line if I do this? Not quite, because I need to do a double indent. That's fine. So now we have that. Let's actually go call this. And now, whenever we have a new banker, we can call this as well. So that way, anytime someone's trying to look for how much they can bet, they'll have that information available. So let's go take a look. There's got to be like our handle banker command or whatever it's called. Bets command, banker command. So let's go ahead and give this a try. Just going to do the same betting I was doing before. Our balances are the same. So we have 119 to me and 92 to stream elements. So let's set up our bot banker. So Double banker balance, not a number. Okay, so that's not great. What went wrong? Oh, of course it's not a number because I need to actually call the function, not just pass the function in as a parameter. Let's try this one more time. So bot banker. It needs to be a shorter message. It's too long because it's wrapping that second emote and it looks kind of crappy. So let's think about a shorter emote here. I could just say banker balance. And that's probably enough. Trying to see if I want to capitalize that. Let's try that. Just trying to see if I had cases where I had a header like that with 2 words. I'm not seeing one. Can look for the give please emote and see where that's used. That's a sentence, so that's capitalized like a sentence. Here we have a header where we have just the first letters capitalized. So yeah, let's be consistent like that. So we'll do that. So bank balance, first word capitalized, everything else not. And try this one more time. Hey, maybe this is short enough now it'll fit on one line. Excellent, it does. So we'll go with that. And we'll try this one more time. Say bot banker. Bank balance 92. Excellent. So that so it's not quite accurate if I do bot balance. Oh wait, let's see here. Let's try the bot balance command actually. Just since I did code that up, I want to make sure that does work. Bot balance. Stream balance, balance 92, available balance not a number. Right. Probably because I called the wrong thing again. So let's look at that. Yep, I just didn't call it correctly. Yeah, so let's try this one more time. So bot banker. I want to adjust this slightly. You're the banker. Just simplify that a little tiny bit. All right, let's try bot banker one more time. Bot balance. Excellent. So now let's do some simple testing. Looks like I'm at 119. Stream elements is at 92. So, and we've got our banker. So let's do craps bet pass for 1. And as before, I'll keep this casual. I'll let the regular roll timeout run. So if anybody does wish to poke at it and give it a try, you're welcome to do so. Pretty much everything at this point should be working. There is one other thing I do want to add before I call it a day. but I'll get to that once I'm satisfied that this stuff here is working. But that shouldn't affect anything. It's just kind of a nicety, and it should be pretty obvious why I want to add it once we get there. So I won right away. I went up to 120. Stream elements remain the same at 92. Of course, they're below 100, so they're going to earn 1 unit of currency per minute. And we've seen that, so I think this is working just fine. Let's just do another bot banker. Craps bet pass for 1. Let's see, we had another 7. What I need, or what I want to see, is something where someone wins or loses, but it's not the end of the series. So I'm just going to keep testing here. So craps, we need a new banker, so let's do bot banker. Suppose I could just do the opposite, have me be the banker, and stream elements do their testing here. So I do have this test command that I could use. For now, I'll continue to do the my testing. Do craps bet pass for 1. In the meantime, I think I'm going to update that test command to give us a little more, to allow other people to use it. So let's give this a try here. We'll call it a bot bet. We'll say anyone is able to use that now, just so we can give people some ability to play around if they want. Let's adjust the cooldowns, so it can only be run once a minute. So we have bot bet, bot banker, and bot balance. All right, so we've all right, I need to check something here. Something's not quite right, because it shouldn't give the bank balance right away. It should wait until there's a change, like someone has won or lost. So let's go, I'll check this here. Oh yeah, here we go. It was, we have this bet results displayed, so only if bet results are displayed should we display the available bank balance. So let's say, if this, then do this. Only display the banker balance if bets were won or lost. Because yeah, if there's just a normal roll, we don't want to see that in every single roll. That's just going to be too much. Only want to see it if anything has changed with regards to the balance. Alright, so let's try this new build. And yeah, let's reverse things a little bit. I will act as the banker and I'll allow stream elements to play. So I'll say craps banker for myself. Bank balance is 120. And we'll say bot bet. Stream Elements is a little more aggressive than I am with their betting, but allows us to test things here. And get some money into the stream as well, you know, so that's all good. Not a huge fan of the phrase bank balance, because it's not quite accurate. And what other options do we have here? Let's just think about this. So let me open up my text document. We have what? Bank balance is what we've been doing. We started with available bank balance. Okay, good. That's not giving us the stuff any longer. The message per roll any longer, so that is useful. Not going to be able to actually see the other message because I have no way of making a bet at this point. So once this is resolved, or when I get bored, I'll switch it to the other way and resume that testing again. We got available bank balance. There's what? Available funds. Or we could go funds available. Yeah, we're still not seeing that message. So yeah, it seems to be working. As soon as I come up with a alternative here, I'll probably stop the bot and redeploy with this new alternative. Well, we can't use this. This is just too lengthy. Available funds, funds available. Cash available. Just synonyms of funds, money. How much you can win, how much you can bet. Ooh, how about max payout? I like max payout because I think that corresponds nicely with this other message that I've set up down here in the handle bet function. Now it's close, and we can make it match. Say payout of blank exceeds max payout. Or do we keep this simple? Keep this the way it was. Oops. Payout exceeds available banker balance. So that they know exactly what we're referring to here. I think I'll leave that, but for the other one, was a display available banker balance. Yeah, so we have a bank balance. We called it what? Max payout. I prefer that. That's a nice alternative. And it's shorter. Can we do this yet? Oh, we can. It fits now. It fits on one line just barely. Okay, I'm getting bored with this testing run here because I can't run more bets with me being the banker. So I'm going to stop this and try it with this new build. So I'll say bot banker, so we know, so that our bot will serve as the banker. Max payout is $97. I say craps bet. Let's just do fire for one, just so we can see this message work. Payout of $9.99 exceeds available banker balance $97. You know what, I think I am going to say payout of $9.99 exceeds max payout, just because it does correspond with that other message. So let's go ahead and make that change. I think that'll be more clear as to what's going on here. At least it matches. I like having messages that are fairly consistent so that people don't get confused about what means what. So let's give that a try. It's a pretty minor change, but just easy to test it real fast here. Say, we need a banker, so bot banker. Craps bet fire for one. Payout of $9.99 exceeds max payout $97. Thinking through this message here, see if there's any other changes I can make. Like, could I drop the payout of and just say $9.99 exceeds max payout $97? But if they're making a bet that doesn't have a straight payout, 1-for-1 payout or 2-for-1 or something obvious, that might not be obvious where that number's coming from, the payout number. So I think still saying the word payout of blank helps that, even though it does add a little more verbiage. Because yeah, the fire bet, you bet one, you're getting paid $9.99. It's like, if I just said $9.99 exceeds max payout, people may not know what that means. So I think I'm fine with that. I think that's good. Let's do a craps bet pass for one. And just see how things work here. For anyone who is just joining me, I'm working on my Twitch craps table chatbot, just doing some basic testing here. I've been working on a new feature today, and I'm using my chat window or my stream chat to test it out. If you want, you're welcome to play with it yourself. It is open to anyone who is in chat, so if you're up for it, feel free to poke at it. Certainly more people poking at it, the more bugs I will find and fix. So I am not opposed to anyone poking at it if they so wish. If you do need help, there is a help command, and I can answer any questions you might have about it. Now for the moment, I'm just doing some basic light testing. I'm letting, there's an automated timer that runs about once a minute that does the rolling of the dice. I'm letting that roll about once a minute rather than forcing it to go faster. So this way, if someone does wish to play, they can do so. Okay, so I lost $1 and we need a new banker. And Stream Elements won some money. So let's do bot banker again and just set that up one more time. Craps bet pass for 1. And now Stream Elements is up to their $100 balance. Actually, let's do this, bot balance. I haven't tested this yet. Nice, so they have a balance of 100. Their available balance is limited by the bets that have been placed and the payouts. So if I just try something else, say craps bet field for 10, well, I can't do that yet because I need to wait for at least one roll to run the balance command again. So let me just, I'll do one roll and do a field bet and see how that works there. Of course, the field bet's a crappy bet, but at least I view it as, I guess it's not terrible. I tend to not do it in the casino, though. I prefer the pass bet and the come bets and the odds bets. Those are my bread and butter when I go to the craps table in the casino. Alright, so we've set up a point of 4. Excellent. So we can finally get a more elaborate roll going here. So let's say craps bet pass odds for 10. So craps bet come for 1. And let's do craps bet field for 10. Let's do bot balance to see where our bot is at. Yeah, so that field bet, even though it's only 10, takes up 30 units of their balance because the possible payout for that is 3 to 1. I might get paid 30 if the right value is rolled. Let's check my balance. And check my bets here. So $1 on the pass, $10 on my odds, $10 on the field, $1 on the come, and that come bet hasn't moved to a point yet, so I'm waiting for a point for the come bet. I'm hoping we roll, what's our point? I think a 4, hoping we roll a 4 to win my pass line. I hope I roll a field bet to win that field number. Oh, that's terrible for me. I lose everything. And that gave money to Stream Elements, so let's try this one more time. Let's say craps bet pass of 10. We'll just start going big here. Why not? Oh, we need a banker, right? So let's go bot banker, craps bet pass for 10. I'm going to start betting larger amounts here to try to get more money into the system. Because as long as one of us is below the $100 minimum, we will get 1 unit of currency per minute. So just trying to ensure that is always the case here. It'll become especially relevant when we start talking about the next phase or the next project I want to work on. I won $10. All right, so we didn't get a rule going, and no one is below that amount now. So let's do craps. Well, bot banker. Get another banker. Do craps bet pass for 25. Let's just go 30. Alright, so we have our point of 8. At this point, I'm going to go do a field bet, so craps bet field for 10. Global balance is 50, so I've got my $30 pass line bet that's taking 30 out, and then I've got my $10 field bet that's taking, again, 30 out, because it's a 3-to-1. I possibly can get paid $30 depending on how this field bet goes. And at this point, nobody is below $100. Nobody's below the minimum. If I do my own balance, I should still be at 110. So nobody is getting free money right now. Alright, so my field bet 1. Alright, so yeah, now the max payout is 70, so I... let's see, that was interesting. Oh, right. So what happened is I won $10. That took $10 away from Stream Elements, so now they're to 100. And now they only have to cover my $30 pass line bet, so that's why the max payout went up from $50 to $70. We can verify that with the bot balance command. Now let's do craps bet field for 10 again. Am I below? I'm not below. Nobody's below 100 yet. I think Qt test is at 100, so they're not below the minimum, and I'm at 120. So we still need someone to drop below the minimum here. I rolled a 9. That's another field bet, so no field 5. So yeah, so 9 is center field 9, so that 1 again. So if you look at the bot balance, they're probably below 100 now. Yep, they are at 90. My balance should be at, what, 130 or something, I forget. Yeah, so now Stream Elements is going to be earning 1 unit of currency per minute till they're back up to 100. I'm not. I'm over the minimum, so no change for me. Craps bet field for 10. Let's just get another field bet going. Just continue to test this until things either go poorly or go well. We'll see what happens here. I think I still have my pass line bet. Craps bets, I think it's for 30. Yeah. And if somebody were to start making really expensive bets, like hot bets or hardways bets, then that will drain the bank's balance, available balance, even faster. All right, so we rolled an 8. We made our point. We lost our field bet, but I still won 20. So yeah, let's go look up our balances here. Yeah, we got Qt with 150, so I've been doing great. We've got Stream Elements at 71. They've kind of been losing their shirt as the bank, unfortunately, which is kind of the opposite of what you'd expect. Over time, the banker should expect a positive return, but obviously in the short term, we have cases where that may not always be true. Okay, so I'm comfortable that this is all working. I'm pretty happy with the messaging so far. I like that max payout message. I think that's working great. It might still be a little more messaging than I want, but I'm going to keep it for now. I think it looks good for the moment. And so the last thing I want to work on related to this task is regarding to how much you can bet. So like right now, our banker has, 71, 72, maybe $73 in their account, depending on how well how long I've been talking here. And so if I were to bet that full amount, well, let's just see what their balance is. We'll say, bot balance. Their balance is 73. So let's say bot banker. And I say craps bet pass for 73. I have now absorbed all of the money available by our banker. That if anybody else walks up and wants to make another bet, they can't, because I've eaten up all the money available by our banker here. We can't see that right now because I've run the bot balance command, but we can check that in just 1 second here. Of course, I don't have any other accounts I can play with. I only have my queued pixel account and my queued test account, and so I can't do I can't simulate an additional person showing up and doing some additional testing. But yeah, if someone else were to try to bet right now, they would say, oh, the max payout is 0, or whatever the message is at this point. I could say craps. Oh yeah, I could try this. Craps bet hop 111. Yeah, payout of 33 exceeds max payout of $1. Yeah, so right now, if someone were to try to bet, they'd be stuck to bets that only pay out $1 or less. Which, if you really want to play, it's going to be pretty limiting. There's $73 available for people to play with, but I've taken up that entire amount. So bot balance here. $2. So I can't even do a field bet right now. I could do a come bet, say craps bet come for 2. And once again, I've now absorbed all of the money available to be bet. And so my thought for this is to look at the available banker balance when you're making a bet, and limit the maximum bet to be a percentage of the banker's available balance, with a minimum bet allowed of, say, 1 unit if it doesn't exceed the max payout. So like if somebody really wanted to bet the hop bet that pays 30 some odd to 1, but the available balance is, say, 30, we'd allow them to make it because it's a bet of 1, but it would still limit everyone else. But if somebody makes like a pass line bet and we say, okay, the available balance or the max payout is 100, we're only going to let you make a bet that is worth 5% of that max payout, they're only going to be allowed to bet 1 unit. Or not 1%, let's say 5. I forgot what I said, but if we limit it to, say, 1% of the max payout is 100, you'd only be able to pay bet 1 unit. So that's kind of the thought there, is to pick a percentage of the max payout that you're going to allow per bet, so that other players or other bets are allowed to be made, and one player isn't allowed to dominate the entire pool of money. course, even if we say 1% and we allow each bet to take 1% of the max payout, how many bets are there? Let's just take a look at the documentation for a number of bets here. Oh hey, I won something. Woohoo! Max payout is 2. Now let's do craps bet come for 2, and we'll say bot balance. Let's see where we're at here. Yep, available balance 0. So if I say craps bet hop 111, exceeds max payout of 0. So we've basically absorbed or taken up all possible payouts available from our banker right now. Which is pretty crappy for everybody else. So let's look at the number of bets we have available. We've got pass line and odds, that's 2. Don't pass and don't pass odds is 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 bets up to the come bet. Come bet is 9 plus 6, so 15. Odds is 6 more, so that's 21. Don't come is 1 plus 6, so 21 plus 7, 28. Plus 6 is 34. Place is 6 more, so that's 40. 46. 52. 58. There's 4 hard ways, so 62. Oh, and how many hops are there? So there's 62 bets here. And then the hops, I think I worked this math out at one point. So we have 62 so far. 62. We have 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Now we have our 3s. And our 4s. Our 5s. And our 6s. So we have 62 bets before the hot bets, then we have 6 more here, so this takes us to 68. This takes us 5 more, so 73. 4 more, 77. 3 more, 80. 2 more, 82. 83. So if somebody managed to make every single possible bet, they've placed every number, they've played place to lose on every number, they've bought every number, they've laid every number, they have the pass line and odds, they have don't pass and odds. They've got a come bet on every number with odds on every number. It's probably not even possible to make every single bet here. I'd have to think about it to see if it's possible to get all 83, but it'd be a challenge to get all 83. And many of those are opposites, so it's like you place pass, well that's most of the opposite of don't pass. Don't pass. Pass odds is opposite of don't pass odds. Field, that's all one thing. Come and don't come are opposites. Mostly come odds and don't come odds are opposites. Place and don't place are opposites. Buy and lay are opposites. But yeah, the bets that would be tricky to get all of them would be the come and the don't come with odds, because those are dependent on the numbers that you roll. And I think it wouldn't be possible to have all 6 come bets with a pass line, because I don't think you'd be able to do that. But maybe I'd have to think about it. I don't think so, because I think anytime, because you can't place a come bet when you are on the come out roll, and if you have a come bet and you hit the pass line, you get a number on that come bet, where you got your bet on that number for that come bet, but then on your come out roll, it'll take down another come bet. So yeah, I don't think it's possible to have a come out in every single number. So we would take 1 for the come odds, 2, 4, so that'd be 4 less. So technically, if somebody managed to get every single number, they could get a maximum of 79 bets. Of course, many of those bets are all one-roll bets. We've got Field, Andy Craps 87 is all one-roll bets. Hardways, they're not. No, hardways are not one-roll bets, but hops are one-roll bets. And so anyone who manages to get a bet on every single bet, it's just going to last for one roll anyways. And they're going to lose their shirt because so many of these bets are just terrible bets. So I don't know. I'm not going to worry too hard about a single player tying up the entire bankroll if we allow them 1%. There's other problems that'll happen, because if we allow them a minimum bet of 1 unit, they can still bet on a really bad bet with a high payout and still tie up the bank quite a bit. And so we'll just have to see. That's kind of the thought, to just kind of establish a percentage of the maximum payout that you're allowed to make per bet. I think 1% of the max payout is pretty reasonable, particularly if you have someone, well, if you have a banker who is at the minimum balance of 100 or the starting balance of 100, yeah, that means the max payout per bet is going to be 1. I'm still going to let them make a 1 unit bet provided there is a payout available to fund it. Just so we can have 1 unit bets, but we're not going to let you go to 2 or greater if the payout, if you're going to exceed 1% of that payout. So let's take a look here. So we've got our max payout and our available banker balance. And so what we need to do is figure out, what is the maximum amount. Well, let's see, what is 1% of the available banker balance? Let's just see here. Let's say var max bet payout is equal to available banker balance divided by 100. And then if payout exceeds max bet payout, we also need to ensure that the amount, see if that is true, and if amount is greater than 1. So if those two cases come into play, then we're going to say no. We're not going to make this bet. So let's say of course, I'd want to give them a message of what the maximum amount they can bet is. So let's say what sort of message do we want to say here? Bet exceeds maximum allowed by banker. colon, dot, dot, dot. And then we want to show them what the maximum that they will be allowed to bet. Which I'm not sure how to compute here because all we have is this this payout function. Suppose we could do a binary search. And at this point, it'd be nice if we had a function that was just giving us the multiplier and we could just do it. But we went with the approach where we use the bet computation functions that don't work that way. They just take the amount and give you the resulting amount that you've won. Now, these functions do exist. It would be possible to swap them out. That might be easier than, it's certainly more sensible than trying to do a binary search looking for the max amount you're able to bet. Well, let's take a look. Let's see how easy it would be to make that change. So who calls handle bet? This is where we need to change our payout function. So payout function is light odds 1. That's right. The reason why we went with these functions is because if I compute the multiplier here, we may have a not a number problem. And we could solve this by changing those switches to return not a number rather than throw an exception. But then I prefer throwing the exception if we can. So we could call the function, knowing that the function will only be called if we have a point, because we have our pass odds check and we won't proceed past that if there is no point. And then this function won't be called, so that's why this is safe right now. Same with don't pass odds. What else? Pass is fine, it's just bet 1. Don't pass is fine, that's bet 1. Static multipliers, that's easy enough. We just pass a variant of that in. We might have to build a new function for that, but it'd be a really simple function. Bet 1 multiplier, same thing. Fire is easy. Commods is a little tricky because those Those are dependent on the point that you have, and we won't know that until we actually parse out the number you're wanting to bet on. And so that's going to be a deeper problem. Come is easy. Don't come is easy. Place is a little bit tricky. We pass in the place one bet. I think we do have a multiplier function we can use in place of this, so that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, except the problem with those functions is they, the nice thing with the bet functions is they allow us to bind the parameters that we need. So it means that we can delay that information until we have it. The multiplier functions don't. They just take the parameter straight through. Oh, why does this have to be so hard? I suppose the other option is I could not implement this feature today. I'm getting a little tired, getting a little hungry. Think about it for a bit and come back next time and see if I've had any better thoughts for what to do about it. The code as is workable. The only issue is one player is allowed to dominate the betting if they wish to do so. Now, I suppose I could implement this function but not print out the maximum bet you'd be allowed to make. Well, let's just do a very simple but stupid approach here. Anyway, I don't want to do a binary search because that's just a pain in the butt. So I'm just going to do a very simple iterative approach. I'm just going to try one amount after the other, just slowly decrementing until we finally find one that fits. It's going to be really inefficient, particularly if we're talking about really large amounts, but it'll allow me to get past this problem, and then we could think through what to do to make that more efficient for next time. And there's certainly a lot of things that could be improved here if we really wanted to tighten this up. I already have a few ideas for things I can change. So I don't need to make it perfect, I just need to get this feature working. So let's look at how to do that. Yeah, so we need to get the maximum amount allowed by the banker. So we have max bet payout. And so we could say var max bet amount is equal to amount. So we start out with what they've started. I'm going to say while grab this guy. While payout is less than max. Oh, let's see. I need to go greater than. Well, it's greater than. While payout is greater than. While payout is greater than. And max bet amount is greater than 1. We do a quick check here. We say max bet amount minus minus. decrement that by 1. Yeah, then let's do this. Compute a new payout. Let's just simplify this. We could do this all in one line. We'll do a prefix decrement. This is small enough, I could probably make this on one line. No, not quite. Almost. Alright, so while payout is greater than the max bet payout, and max bet amount is greater than 1, we'll say payout is equal, yeah, so we decrement max bet amount, then pass the smaller amount into that payout function to come up with a new payout, and we'll continue to do that until payout is either less than or equal to the max bet payout, or max bet amount is 1. Alright, so let's see. Bet exceeds maximum allowed by banker. Colon. Format currency. And we'll say max bet amount. Now let's see here. How did I parse the amount? Amount is parse int times 100. Okay, so the amount, we multiply the amount by 100, so what I need to do is actually subtract it by 100. So let's just do it this way. Max bet amount minus equals 100, so one full dollar. Drop that. This needs to be greater than 100. Greater than 100. The reason for that is because the amounts that we store internally in our app are based on the pennies, but the amounts that players will specify is based on full units of currency, dollars. So we don't go with dollars, but effectively dollars. This is probably something we will want to configure at some point, but we'll leave it hard-coded for the moment. We can always make that configurable later on. Alright, so I say max bet payout is equal to available banker balance divided by 100, so 1%. Max bet payout is 1% of the available banker balance. If the payout is greater than the max bet payout, and amount is greater than 100, then we step into here, and while you're exceeding that, we'll just decrement the max bet amount, recompute payout, and just continue to do that until we hit either a payout that's less than the max bet payout or a max bet amount that is 100. That exceeds maximum allowed by banker, max bet amount. I think this will work. So it's a little weird. Let's give this a try and see where we're at here. Alright, so we can do a banker with stream elements. They'll have a max payout of 153, so let's set that up. Say bot banker. Max payout is 153, and so now, if I do something that's going to exceed that, I should get an error. Like a field. Yeah, if I do a field bet for 50, that would allow this. This should hit this. So say craps bet field for 50. Bet exceeds maximum allowed by banker. So if we look at that, the banker is going to allow a 1% 1% bet. I'm thinking about this max payout line now. Where is it? Right here. Whether that should take into account the 1% now as well. Okay, is there any bets we could do? Well, first let's grant the player a lot more money here. Just 1,000. Let's see. That's one unit. 10, 100, 1,000. Let's go with 1,000. And just to make my life easier, I'll go over 1,000 for me as well. Let's go one more for me. Oops. FG %1. Yeah. Gosh, we're both at 1,000, so we should be able to accommodate most any bet. And so, like, if I was going to do well, max payout would be 1,000. Well, let's get bot banker going. Bot banker max payout should be 1,000. Then 1% of that would be 10. So if I say craps bet field for 10, this will be 30, and it should complain and say bet exceeds maximum allowed by banker, $3. Just to get through. Trying to think through some of the stuff here. You could say divide by 100 on that. So now the let's see, so var max payout is equal to just trying to make this easier to format here. And then let's display max payout. Let's rename this. display max payout. Oh, come on. Display max payout, boom. So now we have the maximum payout that's different from the max available balance of the banker. So now I think we can go back to here and say payout of blah 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 exceeds available banker balance. We'll go back to the original message we had here because that's a little more accurate. Trying to think what to do here. If the player tries to make a bet that just exceeds the banker balance, but if they're still able to make a bet, it'd be nice if we told them what the largest bet they could make is, similar to what we do down below here. So let's try this. Let's just give it a try. Actually, what we should probably do is just come up with the max possible bet. So let's actually try this here. Let's say getting tired. It's tough to think this through here. Let's spell largest properly. Now, what we really want is to find the maximum bet that is allowed. Even if they exceed this, there might be a smaller amount that'll satisfy this that'll still exceed this. And so we should probably just come up with the maximum bet that they're allowed to make that satisfies both of these conditions. It's possible that there is no condition or no bet other than 0 that will satisfy this. So let's just determine the largest bet allowed by the banker. So we have available banker balance is that. And we could say var max bet amount is equal to this. Start with that as a basic strategy. Actually, what we should do is divide that by 100. Because we know that we're targeting 1%. But we want to have a minimum of 1, so if max bet amount is less than 100, then say max bet amount is equal to 100. The largest bet that is within 1% that has a payout less than or equal to the max payout. 1% of banker balance. So we get their balance, we set the max bet amount to be 1%, just because we know, well, actually there are some bets that do pay back less than 1-to-1, so I probably can't do the divide by 100. Let's just do that. That just means everything will work. It's more work, but should work just fine. And then we no longer need this. Actually, if max bet amount is less than 100, I don't know. Let's ignore that for the moment. Just there's some edge cases where if the banker has a small amount of money, they possibly won't be able to accommodate any bets no matter what. Like if their balance is like 50 cents or something, they can't, or 10 cents, they can't accommodate any bet no matter what we do here. And so just trying to think through what to do with that here. If the max bet amount that we're able to make is less than $1, then there's no bet that the user is going to be able to make. All right, so I set up our max bet amount. Let's see here. Say var payout is equal to 0. Over max bet payout current payout is equal to 0. Our max bet payout is equal to all this. Just grab this. I can't. I'm trying to find a way of duplicating this line of code, but I can't fix it. So I just need to compute this here. So current payout is equal to this splat. And it's going to be equal to the max bet amount. And while current payout is greater than max bet payout, and amount is max bet amount. Max bet amount is greater than 100. Current payout is set to that. So what will happen is we'll iterate through this until the current payout is less than the max bet payout, or our max bet amount is less than or equal to 100. If we get to the end of this and our current payout is still greater than our max bet payout, we need to do some more math here. Since the amounts we're betting are going to be multiples of 100, we need to do math.for on this. Divide 100, and then times 100 on that to get it back to a whole multiple of 4. A multiple of 100. Max bet payout is 1% of the max of the banker balance. So if we get to the end of this, if the current payout is still greater than the max bet payout, so let's see, var bet allowed is equal to this. So if current payout is still greater than the bet is not allowed. So if it's current payout is less than or equal to, then the bet is allowed. So payout of blank exceeds available banker balance of splat plus maximum allowed bet is actually in this case it's if bet allowed is true, then we'll say this maximum allowed bet blah 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 blah, and let's put this in parentheses, otherwise nothing. Maximum allowed bet is that plus this format currency of max bet amount so payout of blank exceeds available banker balance of blank. Then if you're allowed to make a bet, maximum allowed bet splat. I try to simplify this. Payout, colon, exceeds available banker balance of colon. Yeah, payout of blank exceeds maximum banker balance, colon, balance, maximum allowed bet, colon, max bet amount. Let's go max payout. Just trying to rename these variables to make a little more sense. We have max payout. Current payout. I want to go max bet. Come on, max bet payout. Well, max bet payout is greater than max payout. Max bet payout. We could go max bet rather than max bet amount. So max bet. Max bet is greater than that. Max bet, subtract 100. Just trying to be consistent here. So we have our maximum bet. We have the payout for our maximum bet, or current maximum bet. We have the maximum payout that we're allowed to make. We determine if we can do our bet allowed if our current payout yeah, so if we get down to a bet of $1, if a bet of 1 unit still exceeds the max payout, then I need to fix these. We have max payout, max bet payout. If a bet of 1 unit still exceeds the max payout, we're not allowed to make a bet. Actually, let's swap this here to better match the code. We're not allowed to make a bet if a bet of 1 unit still exceeds the max payout. So now we have the payout for the amount. To make our naming consistent, we'll go with amount payout. Payout of payout amount exceeds maximum available balance. Maximum allowed bet is max bet. This is going to max bet. But if we've gotten past this, this means there is a maximum bet that we're allowed to make where the bet they've proposed is within that range. So we get down to here, and payout, amount payout, is still larger than our max payout. And amount is greater than 100. Yeah, so we're still allowing an amount of $1 to go through. That's why we have this. So let's say prevent bet with payouts larger than the max payout, but allow bets of 1 unit, even if they exceed the max payout. Prevent bet with payouts larger than the max, but allow bets of 1 unit even if they exceed the max payout. Now we had this logic to determine what the maximum bet was, but we've already done that, so we can drop all of this. And I think we can do this now. Some variant of this. So payout of blank exceeds max payout. This is going to be max payout. And now we have the largest bet we will allow. We can drop the bet allowed. If we've gotten this far, then we're a bet should be allowed. So we'll drop this. Maximum allowed bet is max bet. And return. So I just want to run through this one more time, make sure the math is correct. The main thing I want to verify is to make sure that we will still allow a bet of $1, 1 unit. So determine the largest bet that has a payout less than or equal to the max payout, 1% of banker balance. So we get the available banker balance. We set the max bet to be a whole unit of the available banker balance as our initial max bet. Then we come up with a payout for that bet. So So let's do this. Let's put this max payout, max bet payout. We drop the amount here, max bet. So we have max bet payout. If max bet payout is greater than max payout, and max bet is greater than 100, we drop the max bet by 100, so 1 full unit, and compute the max bet payout one more time. We're going to continue to compute this until we either get to be basically 100 for this. But what happens if we start out at 0? Let's see, if the bank balance is so low that we're at 0, or effectively 0, say it's 0, the worst case, this is 0, available banker balance is 0, max payout is going to be 0, max bet will go to 0, max bet payout max bet payout is equal to the payout function, so this would be 0. So the max payout is going to be 0. Our max bet payout is 0. Because we started at 0, so this will be true, so we won't drop out. Max bet payout 0 is going to be less than or equal to max payout, so that's going to be good. So bet allowed will be true, which is not true. Say maximum allowed bet 0. It's going to be at very least confusing because we're going to come up with the amount payout greater than the available banker balance, which is 0, whatever, be 0. So amount payout will be greater than 0. We'll get this error, but bets are going to be allowed, so it's going to be confusing. So we need to do something that initializes max bet to something other than 0. So if max bet is less than 100, max bet is equal to 100. Sure that max bet starts out at least 1 unit. Prevent bets with payouts larger than the max, but allow bets of 1 unit even if they exceed the max. I'm just swapping out numerals with printed out words, kind of a stylistic choice there. Alright, so let's try this again. So get available banker balance says 0. So available banker balance is 0. Max payout is going to be 0. Max bet, this will be 0. But since max bet is less than 100, we say max bet is equal to 100 to ensure that the max bet starts out at least 1 unit. Starts out at least 1 unit. Max bet payout is equal to payout function of max bet. If max bet payout is greater than max payout and max bet is greater than 100, then we drop it by 1 full unit. Drop the max bet by 1 unit until we find a payout that is less than the max payout, or we reach a bet of 1 unit. decrement max bet. So we find a payout that's less than the max payout, less than or equal to, less than or equal to Now, these comments are getting out of hand, but it's a fairly complex bit of code we're looking at, so I definitely want to make sure I get it documented well here. So decrement the max bet until we find a payout that is less than or equal to the max, or we reach a bet of 1 unit. We're not allowed to make a bet if a bet of 1 unit still exceeds the max payout. So we're not allowed to make a bet if our max bet still exceeds the max payout. Now, I suppose I could make this simpler. Let's see here. Well, no, because we have this edge case where a bet of 1 unit would exceed the 1%, the max payout that we'd want, but still would be within the maximum that the banker would, the maximum bank balance. So that's why we're going to all this effort here. Is we want players to still be able to place a bet of 1 unit, even if it exceeds the 1% payout, the max payout that we're allowing, but only if it does not exceed the amount, the available balance from the banker. So that's why we're going to all this work here. So maybe I better describe that. We're like, find the maximum bet. In fact, let's make this full on prose here. Find the maximum bet with a payout that is less than the max payout. However, allow a bet of 1 unit allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. That's basically what we're trying to do here. Find the maximum bet with a payout that is less than the max payout. Let's make this consistent. Find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout. Allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. And we're not allowed to make a bet if our max bet still exceeds the max payout. Except, no, that's not true. if the max bet payout is it's not less than the max payout, but we want it to be the available banker balance. So if it is this, available banker balance, we're not allowed to make a bet if our max bet exceeds the available banker balance. As this would indicate that a bet of 1 unit is still too much. Oh, that feels too much. Alright, ensure the banker has sufficient balance to accommodate the largest possible payout for the bet. Amount payout is equal to the payout function of amount. If amount payout is greater than the available banker balance, then we get this error. Then we tell them the max bet they're allowed to make. But if we don't exceed this, but we do exceed this, then we get here, payout of blank exceeds max payout, maximum allowed bet is max bet. Yeah, so let's think this through one more time. I know that a available banker balance of 0 had some issues. Let's look at this one more time. So get available banker balance, if that's 0, max payout is 0. Max bet will be 0. If max bet is less than 100, we set max bet to 100. Max bet payout is equal to math for payout function max bet. So that would be 1 unit, the payout of 1 unit, so not 0, greater than 0. So max bet payout is greater than max payout. So max payout we said was 0 because the available balance is 0. Max bet is 100, so we don't even go into here. We drop out. Bet allowed. So if max bet payout, if it's less than or equal to the available banker balance, yeah, so if a bet of 1 fits within the available banker balance, then we're good. So now we do into the real checks here. If you set the amount payout is equal to the payout of our specified amount, if it exceeds their available balance, we tell them that payout of blank exceeds available banker balance. Maximum allowed bet is blank if we found a max bet that we're allowed to make. Prevent bets with payouts larger than the max, but allow bets of 1 unit even if they exceed the max. So if the amount payout, we computed up here, is greater than the max, which we computed up here, 1% of the available balance, and the amount is greater than 1. So you're doing a bet that is larger than 1 unit. Then we complain payout of blank exceeds max payout. Maximum allowed bet is blank. Return. So I think we're good. It's taken a while to work through this, and I'm getting a little tired, but I think we found a approach that should work here. Let's give it a try. First, I want to make a couple of changes. Let's go drop off the timer that adjusts players' balances. So we're going to do some more advanced testing here. Let's bounce the bot. All right, let's bring in our bot banker. Max payout is $10. And so let's do a craps bet field for, say, 5. Payout of 15 exceeds max payout 10. Maximum allowed bet is 3. Okay, let's adjust that message just slightly here. I want to do this. Exceeds banker balance of splat, still in one line. Payout of blah exceeds max payout of splat. Maximum allowed bet colon. Yeah, so let's try that. Just a very small change. Bring in the bot banker one more time. Max payout is 10. All right, so let's do craps bet field for 5. Payout of 15 exceeds max payout of 10. Maximum allowed bet is 3. I know, it just occurred to me that I want this 1% to be based off of the bank's balance, bank's full balance, not really their available balance. So let's try this. Let's say var banker balance. Because yeah, what'll happen here is, let's say I do craps bet fire for 1. And if we do bot balance, available balance is now 1. This is going to be a bad test. Because now the max payout should still be 10. Would be what I want. Is there anything I can do? What are my options here? Let's see, fire is not so good. Probably a hop bet would be the best option here. So let's say bot banker craps bet hop 1-1. Oh, I bet this is going to be bet. Maximum allowed bet is 1. Craps bet hop 1-1-1. Bot balance. See what their balance is. And I'd still like the maximum bet to be 10. So let's try craps bet field for 5, and it should be slightly less. Yeah, max payout 9.67. So I want the max payout to be equal or based on their balance, not based on their available balance. So banker balance is equal to this dot get balance for this dot banker. So max payout is based on banker balance, not available banker balance. For max bet, I think we can set that based on their available banker balance. Because that's still going to be the ultimate floor of what we're allowed to bet. Well, I'm a little concerned about these weird little bets that have kind of negative expectation values, such as the don't pass odds. You bet 2, you get 1 back. And so because of that, we probably do want to multiply this whole thing by 2 here. So max bet times equals as low as 1 for 2, or 1 to 2, 1, 2, 2. So max bet to accommodate that. Let's just double check if there's anything else here. And there's also the lay is very similar. In fact, it's slightly worse in that you are you get paid 1 for 2 and then charged a commission on top of that. There's going to be a 5% commission. Oh, we could just multiply it by 3. Because I can't think there'd be anything worse than the lay. Passes 1 for 1, don't passes 1 for 1, don't pass odds. That could be as bad as 1 for 2. Place to lose. How bad is place to lose? $5 to $11. So that's probably the worst. 5 to 11. You multiply that by 2, because if we look at the odds, so let's look at the house edge. On 4 and 10, it is 0.76%. Let's look at the lay. .42, so it's better. 0.42. Yeah, so this would be the worst possible case here. The place to lose is the worst house edge I could think of, and so we to accommodate it, we could multiply by 11, divide by 5, I suppose, or just multiply by 3. Some bets payback worse than 1 to 2. So triple the initial max bet to accommodate that. Sure, the max bet starts out with at least 1 unit. All right, so we were looking at banker balance. So we have the banker balance, available banker balance. Max payout is based on the banker balance. Max bet is based on the available banker balance, which makes sense because you're never going to be able to bet more than the banker has once you multiply it by 3, and we deal with that. Let's simplify some of this stuff here. Initialize max bet to a whole unit. So initialize max bet to the available banker balance, but floored to the nearest whole unit amount. Let's see if we can simplify this here. Say max bet is equal to blah blah blah. So initialize max bet to the available banker balance. Just bring this out. We'll just separate these lines out. Initialize max bet to the available banker balance. Or max bet to the nearest whole unit amount. Well, not the nearest, but to a whole unit amount. For max bet to a whole unit amount. Some bets pay back worse than 1 to 2, so triple the initial max bet to accommodate that. A lot more comments here than I'd care for, but feels just a little bit tricky for what we're trying to do. Find the max bet with a payout less than blah 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 blah. Alright, so we were working on the max payout based on the banker balance. So we've set the max payout equal to the banker balance. max bet payout is equal to that based on that. If max payout is greater than the max payout and max bet blah blah blah. So now we have the bet allowed. If the max bet payout is still, if it's less than or equal to the available banker balance, we're allowed to make the bet. If the amount payout is greater than the available banker balance, then we have this error. I think this will work. Let's give this another try. And so there was last time I did a hop bet that was pretty large. So say, let's get our bot banker back. Bot banker, craps bet hop 111, and that's allowed. But then the max bet was changed, or the max payout was changed. So let's do craps bet field to 3, actually 5. Yeah, so payout of 15 exceeds a max payout of 10. Maximum allowed bet is 3. So let's see, bot balance. So I could do a craps bet. So let's try this one more time. So say craps, let's see, bot banker. Say craps bet hop 111. And just to do the occasional test here, I'm going to see what our current max payout is. So craps bet field for 5. This will be beyond our max payout. I just want to continue to bet the hop bet and see when we begin to kind of overload this here. Bear in mind, each one of these is a pretty substantial bet. Well, let's check the max available bet here. In fact, let's do craps bet field for, I don't know, 500. Available banker balance of 887. Allowed bet is 3. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to exceed this with these bets. Are there any other bets I can make that are really, really bad bets with high payouts? No, fire, but that's so large I can't accommodate that. I think hop is probably the best approach. We could do 2-2 for 1, 3-3 for 1, 4-4 for 1, 5-5 for 1, and 6-6 for 1. These are going to be the highest payouts in the game. Now let's check the available balance. So craps bet field for 10. Actually 50. Let's go huge. 500. Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to chew up enough of the banker balance to really test this the way I'd like. But we can see that if I actually go smaller, say craps bet field for 5, we should still see payout of 15 exceeds max payout of 10. Maximum allowed bet is 3. And so I think it's working. I was just trying to see what happens if we let the payout get so small. In fact, we can test this. Oh yeah, that's got to be a lot of stuff screwed up. That probably changed this. Nope, not yet. All right. Let's just change everything to 100 now. And let's make our bot the banker again. We'll fire off the bot banker command. I'll do the same thing as before. We'll say craps bet hop 111. I'll say craps bet field 50. So payout of 150 exceeds available banker balance of 67. Maximum allowed bet is 1. Now if I say craps bet field 2, payout of $6 exceeds max payout of $1. Maximum allowed bet $1. Alright, now let's overload it with hop bets. So say craps bet hop 221. And at some point, I'm going to exceed its balance here. So craps bet field for 50. We'll see what their current balance is. 34. So if I say craps bet hop 331. Now if I say craps bet field for 50. Payout of 150 exceeds available banker balance of $1. So now there is no maximum field bet I can make. No possible field bet that will work. So if I say craps bet field for 1, payout of $3 exceeds available banker balance of $1. So there's no possible bet. There's a craps bet pass of 2. Exceeds available banker balance of 1, and maximum allowed bet is 1. So craps bet pass of 1. Now say craps bet field for 5, and now the available balance should be 0. And there's just no bet I can make at this point. I've absorbed every unit of currency allowed by the banker. Look at my own bets, and I've done this with just a small number of bets here. I've got a pass line, a hop, 3 hops. I think each of those have a payout of 33 to 1, and the pass has a payout of 1 to 1. So with 3 bets, I'm able to absorb, eat up so much of the banker's balance. So it's not great. What I was trying to do with this is to try to prevent people from doing that. Max payout's now 1.02 because if we look at the bot balance, the bot now has a little bit more cash, as 102. Oh, you know what? This max payout needs to change. This max payout message. Let's go review that real fast here. There needs to be not get available banker balance, but it needs to be actually, let's do this. Let's ensure there is a banker. Because again, we want the payout to be based off of their current total balance, not just what is available. And so the code I wrote down below for processing bets is correct, but this code was still broken. So let's go ahead and try this and make sure this still works. Alright, everyone's balances are still at 100. And let's just do the same bet as before. We'll bring up our bot banker. Craps bet hop 111. Craps bet hop 221. Craps bet hop 331. Oops. Craps bet hop 331. Then if I say craps bet pass for 5, it should complain, saying that the maximum allowed bet I can make is $1. If I try to do a field, craps bet field for 5. Payout of 15 exceeds banker balance of 1. And there is no maximum allowed bet. Craps bet pass for 1. Now if somebody else wanted to bet, craps bet field for 5. Max payout, max available balance is 0. So there's no other bets that can be made. So let's go ahead and see how this works here. See, as before, I am expecting to lose these hop bets. If I don't, it'll be a little weird. We'll see what it does here. Alright, so yes, I've lost my 3 hop bets. So the bank now has 103, but an available balance of 10. Well, let's see here. Let's bring up bot balance. Yeah, so its balance is 102. The available balance is, sorry, the balance is 103, but the available balance is 102, but the max payout is still 1.03. Because we have that be set based on their total balance, not just their available balance. Well, I'm feeling pretty good about these changes. They seem to be working. All the cases I've tested have come back successfully, so I'm pretty happy with that. Let's go ahead and remove our players file, because I've been messing with that, doing some test data. Let's re-enable our timer, our balance adjustment timer, so that if anyone drops below 100, they'll be able to get some money back for their trouble, one unit of currency per minute. And I think we might be ready to commit here. I think I'll run the bot to do some additional simple tests to see if everything's working, but otherwise I'm feeling pretty good. So let's give it another run and see where we're at. If anybody wishes to play, you're welcome to do so. The bot is open to everyone. If you need assistance with craps, here is a little guide you can use to figure out what sort of things you could do and how to play. If anyone wants to serve as the bank to test that out, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, I will just continue to have stream elements continue to serve as the bank, just so it makes it easy for me to test. And unfortunately, with a banker with so little cash, it does mean that your bets will be really limited. We're basically be limited to bets of $1 for a while now, although there's some bets such as like the lay and the place to lose that have worse payouts, so you could try those as well. Meanwhile, I'm going to start looking at our diff here. We've actually done very substantial work today. We've been working for about just under 7 hours on this one task. We've added a banker variable to track who the current banker is. We initialize that to null so that we don't have a banker when the bot first starts. Hey, I won! Yay! So if somebody else wants to step in as the banker, now is a good time to do so. If not, I'll fire up another banker and fire off another test in a little bit here. We've set up a cooldown on the banker command, so we've added a banker command for setting yourself up as the banker. It's just the craps banker command. But we set that up so you're only able to run that once per dice session or rolling session, so you're not allowed to just spam the bot unnecessarily. Now here we've done some work regarding getting the available balance of the banker. So we've added this get available banker balance, and we've added these helper functions, the get bets payout. This basically takes a bets map, or data structure map, and a bet result function, and iterates over all of the usernames inside that bets map who've made that bet, computes the payout based on the bet result function, and returns that overall payout. Then we have a display max payout. Let's see here. Now this is kind of a one-off function. This basically, if there is no banker, we return. Otherwise, we get to the max payout, or we get the balance of the banker, divide that by 100. So this gives us the 1% payout. And we tell them what the max payout is. Alright, so I'll set up another banker. Let's go with stream elements again. And until our banker gets some money, it's going to be tough to do more elaborate bets, but we'll continue to play with it and see what we get here. I suppose if I really wanted to try to get money out of this thing, I can do like some of these proposition bets, the any 7, any 11, stuff like that. So that might not be a bad approach, although it does tie up so much money if I make a bunch of those bets. So that's not great if I want to allow other people to play. Alright, get available banker balance. So we start by again checking to see if there is a banker. If there is no banker, we throw an exception. Then we initialize the available balance to be the balance of the banker. Then we go through every single possible bet. Pass bets, don't pass, field, any craps, any 7, fire bets. We compute the maximum possible payout for these and deduct from the available balance the maximum possible payout for each of those. Because this basically tells us how much money the banker has tied up in bets that they might need to pay out. We don't want the banker to accept more bets than they have money. We don't want them to go negative. We also deal with pass odds and don't pass odds, as well as come bets, don't come bets, odds for come bets, odds for don't come bets, place bets, place to lose, buy, and lay. We also have hard way bets. And we have hop bets. So yeah, if I really wanted to get some money going here, I could just do some hard way bets. Let's see. Let's say craps. Well, we need a banker again, so let's say bot banker. Craps bet hop 111. So hop bets have a really high payout, And so this is going to be really the only way to try to get more money out of the system right now, is to place bets with a higher payout and hope you get lucky. And eventually we'll get more money into the system. Alright, so I've done some minor cleanup here. Basically I noticed there was a missing semicolon at the end of these lines, so I added the semicolons. I've added a new hard-way multiplier function. Basically for 4 and 10 we have a multiplier of 7 to 1, for 6 and 8 we have a multiplier of 9 to 1. Then we have hop multipliers. So if you have a hard way where the two dice are equal to each other, a hop bet is basically betting on a very specific roll of the dice. In my bet up above, where I bet on hop 1-1, I'm basically saying we're going to see snake eyes. And since my dice are equal to each other, I'm basically saying that's a hard way. That's a hard hop bet. And so a hard hop bet is harder to hit. It pays out 33 to 1 versus any other bet. The easy bets are 16 to 1. And as you saw, I lost that bet, so let me just make a new hop bet here. Craps bet hop 1-1. Oops. Craps bet hop 1-1-1. I'm just limiting the one hop bet here so I don't tie up all of the money allowed by our banker for betting. Alright, so I've added these new betting functions for computing hard ways. So we have this hard way 1, number for the bet, and this basically uses our hard way multiplier that we added up above, multiplies that by the bet, and returns the computation there. So we have hop 1. Very similar. We pass in die 1 and 2 as bound objects to the call. We pass those into the hop multiplier function, multiply the result by the bet, and return that. Here is where we adjust the balance when a bet is won or lost to ensure that the banker pays bets. We've added a second line here so that the banker gets the negative result. So if you win, you get a positive result, and the banker gets the opposite of that, so the banker loses money. If you lose, however, you get a negative result, and the banker gets the negative of that, gets positive result. So I lost again. Let's do another hop bet here. Craps bet hop 1-1-1. We'll just continue to play the odds here till I get lucky. Meanwhile, our banker is making pretty good bank. In fact, we can see their balance. We have bot balance to show the balance of our banker here. Current balance is 102 with an available balance of 69. So you can see how that hop bet is just tying up a lot of their available balance there. And so here we have some bet resolution code. We used to compute the multiplier in the code here. I now call the new hardway 1 function that I've built and that you saw up above. Same thing down below for hop bets. We now call the hop 1 function rather than computing the multiplier in this function itself here. Reason for this is this makes that function available for other places to use. We do use it down below, and I'll show you how that works. I lost again. No. Say craps bet hop 1-1-1. I'll get it eventually. All right, what else do we got here? So we've this is where we display or do some of the logic behind dealing with the banker. So let's see here. I think I've just added some comments. Save player balances, reset the banker. This is all new. So we reset the cooldown for the banker command. We set the banker to null, so we have no banker. Then we send out a message saying we need a new banker. We also do this computation here, this check here. If bet result size is greater than 0, This means there are some bet results. Some people have lost money or won money. And then we use that down below. If bet results displayed, we also display the max payout. Oh, I lost again, damn it. All right, let's say craps. Well, we need a banker, so let's go bot banker. Craps bet hop 1-1. Max payout is slowly getting better. Once that hits 2, then people can start betting, making bets that would have a payout of 2. That doesn't really apply unless you're doing a really low payout bet, like say a pass line bet. Because like if I say this, craps bet pass of 2. Payout of $2 exceeds max payout of 1.04. Maximum allowed bet is $1. So once that max payout meets or exceeds $2, then I can start making those $2 pass line bets if I wanted to do that. I'm just kind of grinding on these hop bets for the moment. Alright, so if bet results displayed, we display the max payout, and then we reset the roll timer. We've added the banker command. So if you type in the banker command, it calls this other function that I've built. This.banker, if banker is null, so here we have a function. I'm not sure what this is doing. This is probably the roll command, it looks like. We basically say you need to have a banker before you roll the dice. And we can see that here. If I say, craps roll, it'll complain and say, hey, we need a banker before you can roll the dice. Or if I try to bet, if I try my traditional craps bet hop 1-1-1, we need a banker before you can bet. So we've added a couple of checks here to do that. Let's set up another banker, say bot banker. Craps bet hop 1-1-1. Continue to grind on this hop bet and hope I get lucky. Alright, so I've added the banker command. Skip if the player has run the banker command during this shooting sequence. So if we have this command cooldown that tells us that returns true if they've already run this command.
I'll tell you the truth.
Otherwise, we check to see if the banker is null. If it's not null, then we allow the person who ran the command to be the banker. Sorry, if it's not null, that means it's already set. So we just send out a simple message saying this person is already the banker. Otherwise, we set the banker to be the username who ran the command. We send username saying or we send a user message saying you're the banker. And then we display the max payout so we know people can know what they're able to bet. Now we're grinding back up there. We're at 1.06, so craps bet. Actually, we need a banker again. Or do we? No, we don't. We can do it. We can do craps bet hop 1-1-1. Because we only need a new banker once we 7 out or otherwise have an end to the session here. Since we didn't, we can continue to bet when we don't need to change the banker. Here we have the bet command. If the banker is null, we send out the message, we need a banker before you can bet. If the banker is the username is trying to bet, like right now, Stream Elements is our bankers, and I have a bot bet command for it to try to bet. But the banker cannot bet. And now we've added a great deal of complexity to all these checks here. So we've added a new parameter to this handle bet function. It basically takes the payout function that tells us how much each bet is going to pay out. We use that down below to determine if how much you're able to bet before you run into the limits of what the banker allows. All right, we had 7 outs. Let's set up a new banker. Bot banker. Craps bet hop 111. And we're still waiting for this to occur. Since nobody's betting, I can start doing some more elaborate bets here. Say craps bet hop 221. Craps bet hop 331. Craps bet hop 441. Payout of 33 exceeds maximum balance of 8. So we're not quite there yet. So we can make 3 hop bets and just hope I get lucky at this point, and this will grant even more money to our banker quicker. Consider through the code review here. Yeah, so the payout function for the pass odds is we call the light odds 1. So that computes all of the payout multiplier and all that. For pass line, it is just the bet 1. It's just a straight 1-to-1, so there's no special payout function there. Don't pass odds, this is dark odds 1. For don't pass, it's just bet 1. Again, it's just a 1-1. For field, this goes up to a multiplier of 3, because you can have a 2x or even a 3x payout for this. So we give it a multiplier of 3, and that's our payout function. For anti-craps, the payout is 7.5. So we use that for our payout function. For any 7, it is 4. And for fire bet, it could go up to as much as 999. It's very unlikely to have a payout quite that high, but that is a possibility. And so basically what we do is we pass in 999 as the maximum possible multiplier for that. And that's so high that craps bet fire... Oh yeah, craps bet fire 1, that our banker just can't handle it right now. We cannot bet fire when point is not set, or point is set. That resets everything anyway. So let's start a new banker. Say bot banker craps bet fire 1. The payout of 999 exceeds available banker balance of 110. And so we can't even consider betting the fire bet until our banker gets a lot more money under their belt. But I can still do the hop bet, so craps bet hop 111. Two, 2, 1. 3, 3, 1. We're still not able to do 4, 4, 1 because we need to get looks like another $22 in our banker's account. So I talked about fire. That's multiplier is 999 because that's the maximum multiplier, the maximum payout for the fire bet. So it looks like come odds did not change here, but come did. This became, we added, gave it the bet 1 function. So it's again a straight 1-for-1 or 1-to-1. Don't come, same thing, just a straight 1-to-1. Then we've had to expand these out. That's right, so we had to add in the function. This is the place 1 function that handles the multiplier for place bets. Don't place 1 handles the multiplier for don't place. Buy 1 handles the multiplier for buy, and lay 1 handles the multiplier for lay. So all those got added as well. I'll continue with my betting here. Looks like we're not quite at the 4-4-1 level yet. Yeah. What's my balance? Is my balance going below 100? Slowly. I'm getting 1 unit back per minute, so it's going to take a while to go below 100. to go far below 100. Yeah, so we replaced all these with calls with the appropriate function, the payout function. Then handle hard bet and handle hop bet. These just had some minor formatting changes. We don't actually pass in the payout function here. Those functions handle that specifically. I noticed a small change. I had this variable I declared, but I forgot to do the variable declaration, so I've added the var keyword to make that be more correct. In handle commods bet, here we have the payout function. This is dependent upon whether it is on the light side or the dark side. The light side is if you're playing on the pass line. The dark side is if you're playing on the don't pass. So if you're light, we use the light odds 1 function as our payout function. If you're on the dark side, we use the dark odds 1 function. Either way, we pass that in to there. Unit of banker. Let's fire up our bot banker one more time. Perhaps bet hop. Well, actually, I think I have this in my clipboard. There we go. 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 1. I think we're still not on the 441 end. Yeah, not yet. We're getting close, though. Not too much longer. And so handle number bet. We added the new payout function parameter. We fixed this typo where we didn't have the var declaration. And then we come up with this payout function. Actually, we pass in payout function, and then we take it and bind craps table and number. Because this is the only spot where we know the number to pass in, so this is why we would bind it here rather than up above. So we pass that into handle bet. For handle hard bet, we again fix this declaration here. We didn't have the var keyword before number, now we do. The payout function is the hard way 1 function. We pass in an instance of craps table and the number that we're betting on, and pass that function into handle bet. This looks like the hop function, handle hop function. So the payout function is hop 1 bind, and we bind the 2 die rolls, I and j in this case. And we pass the payout function into the handle bet function. Alright, let's do some more hop bets. 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 1. 3, 3, 1. We're still not quite ready for the 4, 4, 1. We're close. We got 13 more, and we'll be able to start betting a 4, 4, 1. One of these will hit sooner or later. Alright, here is our handle bet function. This is where we spent most of our time and energy. We've added a new payout function. And here we have a whole block of code to determine the largest bet that has a payout less than or equal to the max payout, 1% of banker balance. So we get the banker balance. We get the available banker balance. Actually, we could probably move that available banker balance. Let's go do some quick moving things around. I saw one other thing I wanted to change. Yeah, we have display max payout. Let's see who calls that. Oh, hey, I won. Nice. That's great. Right, so this is used by the banker command and by this guy. And so we could probably just do it... Oh, I think just down below, maybe just after this. Let's exist. Display leaderboard. Oh yeah, let's do it here. Display max payout. Now let's do some more betting here. So craps bet hop 1, 1, 1. 221 331. Now that they've actually paid that bet, they can't actually pay out anything any longer. What is the bot balance anyways? 89, yeah. So I'll probably just want to wait a few minutes for their balance to recover, and then I can start betting again. So this will give us the best chance at getting more money into the system. In the meantime, so we've reversed a display max payout, or we moved that around. I also wanted to look at something else. Oh, yes, the available banker balance. Oops. Let's put that right there because that's, I think, where we're using it. Oh, nope, we actually were using it right here. And yeah, I think it makes sense to keep it where it was, because this is more of a logical ordering there. Yeah, so let's continue to look at the review here. So we did move that function, that display whatever function. Yeah, display max payout. That got moved down to here. Should still be fine. I will do a run of this before I commit, just to make sure that everything is working. But pretty comfortable with those changes. And we were looking at this logic down here. Yeah, so we get the banker balance, we get the available banker balance, we compute the max payout, which is a 1% of the banker balance. The max bet, we initialize that to the available banker balance. Oh, we got an issue here. Let's fix that. We don't want to redeclare max bet. Obviously, JavaScript is just ignoring me there. I think I want to do this multiplication by 3 first. Then floor the max bet to a whole unit amount. Then ensure that max bet starts out at least 1 unit. Let's see, this should move down. Find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout. Allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. So let's go ahead and review this one more time here. Yeah, so we initialize max bet to the available banker balance, multiply it by 3, floor it to a whole unit amount, but then ensure that it is at least 1 unit, 1 whole unit. Let's go with at least 1 whole unit. Find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout. Allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. And so while max bet payout is greater than the max payout, and the max bet is greater than 1 whole unit, 100 is the 1 whole unit, We subtract it, we subtract one whole unit from it, and then we get the max bet payout again. If we get to the end of this, and max bet, if our max bet payout is still greater than our max payout, but our max bet is still greater than, or our max bet is 1 at this point, one whole unit, we check again. We're not allowed to make a bet if our max bet exceeds the available banker balance. So we check bet allowed if max bet payout is less than or equal to the available banker balance. Then we have our two kind of checks here, ensure that the banker has sufficient balance to accommodate the largest possible payout for the bet. We compute the amount payout based on the payout function of that amount. If it's greater than the available banker balance, we say payout of your amount. Of your payout amount exceeds the available banker balance of splat. We have this bet allowed function or check that we did up above. If we're able to go down to a bet of 1 unit and that still works, if our banker is allowed to accommodate that, we'll say that. Oh, interesting. We have an odd case here that I hadn't thought of. What if... What if our max payout is something like 2? Yeah, so let's write this out here. So we want max payout to be 2, but then we want the available balance to be less than 2. Was there a way I could do this here? Let's just look at the different payouts. I'm looking at the hard way payouts at this point. Or the hop multipliers. So we have 33 and 16. So we have a payout of 2. We would need a balance of at least 200. So we'll say 200. And then how many times got I fit 33 into that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you could do it 6 times and end up with a balance of 2. So is there any way I can do better than this? Yeah, I think what we can do is let's do a quick test here. Let's go over here. Let's reset all of this. So we want 1000, 00. So in this case, let's go ahead and run this. So the available balance, so their current balance is 1000. So the max payout is 10. I can place a bet for the fire now, and that would give me an available balance of 1. The max payout would be 10, so that the curious thing here is, let's go down to this code again and check, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. So banker balance would be 1000. Available banker balance would be 1. max payout would be 10. Max bet would be based on available banker balance, so 1, 3. So max bet would be 3. So if max bet payout is greater than max payout, yeah, I think this is going to give me the wrong answer for this question here. So what I'm going to do is say, craps bet fire for 1. That'll reduce the available banker balance to 1, because the fire bet has a payout of 999 to 1. Then we say craps bet pass for 2. Actually, I could assume pass for 10. Because that is well within the range of the max payout. It is the max payout, so that should be allowed, but they don't have the available balance to accommodate that, so I think that might not be so good. So let's give this a try. I think we're up and running. Let's do bot banker to get our banker back. Craps bet fire 1. Craps bet pass 10. So payout of 1 exceeds available banker balance of 1. Right. But okay, so the issue is there is a max bet I can make, and I can prove that. Let's bring this back. Say craps bet pass of 1. And so this should have given me a message saying maximum allowed bet is 1, and it didn't. Because what happened is we're computing the max bet payout based on, we're computing the max bet based on the max bet payout, not based on the available banker balance. And so we go, oh yeah, 10, that's great. That's well within the range of the max payout. We get down to here, and oh wait, it's greater than the available banker balance, therefore the bet is not allowed. But if we were to reduce our bet down to 1, the bet would still be allowed. And so probably what we need to do is this needs to be the maximum bet allowable no matter what. So as long as the max bet payout is greater than the max payout, or max bet payout is greater than the available banker balance. So as long as that is true, you need to keep processing. And I need to adjust this. So find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout and is less than or equal to the available banker balance. We still need to allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet. Even if it exceeds the max payout. So what'll happen now is when we have no bet that can be made, we'll get down to 0. And this is obviously not going to make any sense here at all. So So let's drop that. Now let's see, we could say if max bet is greater than 0, maximum allowed bet, blah, blah, blah. And I could just do this down below as well. Why not? Just to be safe. And if we're not allowed to do a bet here, it's not gonna work down here either, but I think there's just some consistency there that I think makes more sense. So find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout and is less than or equal to the available banker balance. Allow a bet of 1 unit. Actually, no, now we just drop this entirely. Let's see, how do we handle this here? Let's go bring up the code one more time. So I think what we want is this as its own clause. And I think we need to do this. Oh no, something's wrong here. I want to... Yeah, so we want to say max bet payout is greater than max payout. Max bet is greater than 100. Yeah, so we want max bet payout to be greater. Well, as long as max bet payout is greater than max payout, and max bet is greater than 1 unit. So as soon as max bet drops below, drops to 1 unit, then this clause will drop out. But in any case, we're going to continue to allow it here, or continue to enforce the max bet payout is greater than the available banker balance. So if we'll relax this condition if it gets to a max bet of 1, but we'll never relax this condition. And I think that'll work. So let's give that a try. Alright, looks like everything is balanced out. Let's stop and restart this. But let's do the same thing as we did before. Let's establish a new bot banker. Now And I will bet the fire bet. And so payout of $10 exceeds available banker balance of $1. Maximum allowed bet is $1. So let's bet $1. And if I try to do like a don't pass of 1, payout of $1 exceeds available banker balance of $0. And yes, that does seem to be working here. Let's just do some other checks. So let's say, let's bet the field. Craps bet field for, 800. Oops, we need a banker. Let's go bot banker. Craps bet field for 800. So payout of 22,400 exceeds available banker balance of 1,000. Maximum allowed bet of 3. So let's go a little bit smaller. Say craps bet field for 10. Payout of $30 exceeds max payout of $10. Maximum allowed bet is $3. I say craps bet field for 3. Should work just fine. How about craps bet hop 1 1? Let's go 10. See what this says here. Yeah, so payout of 3,300 or 330 exceeds max payout of 10. Maximum allowed bet is 1. Let's try craps bet hop 1 2 20. Maximum allowed bet is still $1. Let's see, we could do like a any 7. Craps bet any 7 for 100. Maximum allowed bet is $2. Craps bet any craps for 100. Alright, we won, because I think I bet the field, and the field paid out. So cool, this seems to be working pretty effectively here. So let's go take a look at the code one more time. Yeah, so we modified this slightly. We kept the max bet greater than max, or max bet payout greater than max payout. We've added the secondary check. If max bet is greater than 100. So if max bet ever drops to 100 or less, we will ignore this guy. We'll ignore the payout. But we will always ensure that the max bet payout is greater than the available banker balance. So find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout and is less than or equal to the available banker balance. Allow a bet of 1 unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. Let's actually adjust this. Allow a bet of 1 whole unit, because we've been saying whole units. Of 1 whole unit. Find the max bet with a payout that is less than or equal to the max payout and is less than or equal to the available banker balance. Allow a bet of 1 whole unit. I got the order wrong. Allow a bet of 1 whole unit if the available banker balance can accommodate such a bet, even if it exceeds the max payout. And I think that looks good. We dropped this weird Boolean check Hey, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. So we dropped that weird Boolean check. Greetings. Not sure how to pronounce your name here. Fetil1. Welcome to my stream. How's it going? Yeah, so we got rid of that little Boolean check here that basically said if the bet is greater than the available balance, then we wouldn't allow the bet to be made. Now we just do the check if max bet is greater than 0. If we have a max bet greater than 0, then we know that that a bet will be allowed. If it is 0, then there is no max bet. There is no bet that's allowed. As you say, it's pronounced like fatty, but I'm not. Irony, huh? Ah, hey, no worries. I'm not a pixel, but I call myself Good Pixel. That's great. I get it. You know, names are always unique. So cool. Thank you for stopping by. And as wrapping up, a pretty big change to my chat table crap spot here. And pretty close. This bit of logic I've been working on has been driving me crazy for a little while here. It's taken me a while to figure out exactly what I'm trying to do, but I think I got it, and I think it's working. At least nothing has caught fire yet, so I'm feeling pretty good. Sure. You're asking. You say you're just tuning in. Can you update me what we're doing? Sure. What I'm working on is a Twitch craps table chatbot. So I actually have a chatbot that it's not listening right now, but let me go connect it to the channel here. Is now listening to the channel, and so we have access to some basic commands to play craps in my chat channel. And I'll fire off the guide here with a craps help command. If you want help with craps or how to interact with the bot, that'll give you a brief overview of how to play and what commands work. And if you're not familiar with craps, it's basically a casino game. You're rolling 2 dice, and you're basically trying to roll a 7 or 11 on the first roll. And you don't want to roll a 2, 3, or 12. If you roll anything else, a 4, 5, 6, or an 8, 9, 10, that becomes your point. And your objective is to roll that number again before you roll a 7. And so the basic bet is called the pass line bet. Basically is betting that that's going to happen. So I'll go ahead and do that now. Say, well, first let's get our bot as a banker here. The work I'm doing today is so that players will act as the banker rather than the bot itself. And so that's all the work I've been doing today. So I've set up stream elements so that it can be the banker. And now I can make a bet. So I say craps bet, pass line bet for $1. And the bet is made. And now the chatbot will automatically roll the dice and give us the results of the rolls. And if I win or lose, it'll tell me, and we'll let us continue to play based on the results of those dice. And so here's kind of my big document of things I've been doing. Last time I streamed, a couple weeks ago, I worked on a leaderboard function so that we can see who is winning based on how well they're doing. Fatty asks, oh, so it's sort of like a chat game. Yes, exactly. It's just a little kind of simple game you can play in a Twitch chat channel. You know, my thought is to hopefully expand it to have a graphical interface, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm working on learning Unity, and you have some ways to go, but that's kind of the ultimate goal, is to be able to develop a graphical client in Unity so you can see a graphical representation of what happens as the game is played. For right now, the only interface is the chat interface, which you can see right here, and you see most of that inside chat as well. The only thing you won't see in the chat window is the leaderboard. I only do the leaderboard inside the console simply due to the amount of output it generates. It's just too much to do inside chat. Well, that's basically what we're doing. My tasks that I'm working on, I have a few remaining craps bets to add. Depending on how familiar you are with the craps table or the game of craps in general, There's just a handful of bets I haven't added yet. Allow players to change existing bets. So that way if you make a bet and then want to increase it down the road, that would be an option. Or decrease it, or remove it all together if you want. We want to keep some bets around after they win. Place and buy bets are kind of special in that most players like to keep those around after they win so that they can press them. Allow players to serve as the bank. That's what I've been working on today. This is kind of the big block of code I've been working on today. And it ended up being a lot more complicated than I thought. Fatty asks, so you're a Twitch developer, right? Why? I'm not affiliated with Twitch, and I don't develop anything on the Twitch platform. I'm a completely independent developer. What Twitch does is they provide an API for writing chatbots, and I'm using that API to write my own bots. So I am a developer, a software developer, and I am using the Twitch API, but I am not an employee of Twitch. I'm not affiliated with Twitch at all. And I won. So we can see here that I made my pass line bet for $1. In fact, let me bring up the console window here so we can describe this. I made my pass line bet for $1. Then we had a roll of 3-3 for a total of 6, so the point became 6. Point established 6. And now once that happens, nothing else matters. I only need to roll a 6 or a 7, and I happened to roll a 6 almost right away, and I won my $1 back. So now my score is 101, and Stream Elements is down below at 99. Of course, I'll get that back. I have a bit of logic that will slowly give back people more money over time if they go below the minimum balance of 100, or the starting balance of 100. The add ability to turn bets on and off, that's another feature I'm looking at adding. Basically, some players like to, or some players are really suspicious and like to be able to turn bets on and off when something happens, and so they don't want to remove the bet entirely. They just want it to be temporarily disabled or off, and then when they feel better again, they can turn it back on. If you can remove it entirely, I suppose, but it's just a bit of a hassle. So having the ability to turn them on and off means you don't remove it entirely. Then someone a couple weeks ago suggested a craps ready command or similar to allow rolling the dice to proceed more quickly. Right now we have about a minute delay between rolling the dice. This allows players to place bets and query the bot and do things. You just kind of figure out the game and play the game. But if everybody knows what they're doing and is really comfortable with how the game progresses, they can potentially play a lot faster. And so there's the thought of adding a command to allow the game to proceed faster. Fatty asked, have you developed anything else, or is this the first one? And if yes, what have you developed, and can I see a demo? That's a lot of questions for one paragraph. Well, I've been a professional software developer for quite a while now, probably close to 20 years, and so I've done a great deal of professional software for companies. Nothing I can really demonstrate because it's not something that I own, and I'm not affiliated with these companies any longer. I have done some other open source projects, and so if you actually go to my GitHub page, github.com/queuedpixel, and I'll send the link into chat here. You'll see all of the other repositories I've put up on this Twitch channel. There's other work that I've done that I've not attached to QuedPixel. I've kind of gone with an alias here so that try to minimize people trying to troll me and track down my real identity. So I'm only going to link to the stuff that I've done as part of this Twitch channel. Frosty says, "My eyes so bright." Yeah, so I like to open up web pages with the light of a billion suns. And so some of the original work that I did was Minecraft plugins. for a Minecraft server that I run with a friend of mine. We've done a stimulus package plugin, and this basically slowly gives money to players over time based on economic activity. And this is still running, this is still on our server, and if you want to play Minecraft on our server, I have to check the version we're running. I think it's version 1.12 something. I'd have to double check to know for sure. But our Minecraft server is still up as far as I'm aware. I haven't poked at it lately, but that is still an option. There's also a... Oh, where is it? Where did it go? Dynamic map shop chest. So one of the issues we ran into with our server was we have all these shops that people have created in Minecraft, but it was really hard to find out what they were and where they were and what people's prices were things. So I actually created a plugin that integrates the dynamic map plugin that we see here and adds a new layer for shops. So these little greenish or cyan colored regions are for shops, and if we click on one, we can see exactly what they're selling. In my case, I'm selling black wool. You can buy one for 10 or sell one for 1. I have 256 for sale. Charcoal, I have got 3,456 for sale. Cobblestone, I'm not selling any, but I'm buying cobblestone, and I have room for 3,456 to be purchased or to be sold to me. Wool, diamonds, all sorts of colors of wool, saddles. Has somebody bought saddles from me? I don't think so. I don't think anybody's bought anything from me. Or you can go to like a Pixel Grief store who sells cooked chicken, diamonds, feathers, and gold. Or we have Fave1234 sells carrots, cocoa beans, potatoes, wheat. And we have Empton, who sells so many items I had to add in a scroll bar onto the display. Fatty says, I'm confused. You've created so much for Minecraft. You get paid for that. Nope, all the work you see here is work I have done for free and have not been paid for. The Minecraft work, there was kind of the hope that we might be able to generate money off the server, but the person I've been working with has gotten busy and I've gotten busy. It's just tough to try to monetize these things. And so, no, I've not gotten any money from any of this work so far. And I'm not really working with an eye towards making money. If I develop a project that really seems to take off, I'm not opposed to making money. I love money. But that's not my primary goal. My primary goal is to just kind of learn things, experiment, be entertaining, kind of do things for my Twitch channel. And so it's just kind of experimenting, see where it goes. But so far I've not been paid for any of this. I'm not a Twitch affiliate, so I don't get paid for anything on Twitch. All my code is available as open source, so I don't get paid for that. The Minecraft server is free for people to use. So I think it's we don't get any money there either. And you ask, do you do software development for a living? Yes, I am a professional software development, so I do software development for professionally. I don't do any work right now. My time is mostly on a few other things. But yes, I've been doing professional software development for several years now. So what other things have I built? So I've worked on CoreCraft. This is a plugin to kind of add in a secondary game on top of Minecraft. I kind of got bogged down and haven't done anything with this one, so it's not complete and not close to complete. There's nothing really to demonstrate here other than a couple of simple demonstrations I could do. There's a couple of things that it works within in the map, in the dynamic map plugin. Some other things I've done. If you've watched my stream very long, you will notice I've had a countdown overlay, the stream countdown overlay. I use this for a couple of different things. For example, if I need to take a break, or if I'm starting the stream, or if I'm stopping the stream, I run the overlay, and that does a cute little overlay that looks like this. You can't see it because it's on the other monitor, but I bring it over and it looks like this. Which I'm not leaving right now. It just says we'll return right now, just because that's the last message I displayed. But I also use this if I'm starting my stream, so I'll show what it looks like when I start it. Oops, it's not that one, it's this one. Hopefully I don't crash OBS doing this here. Where did it go? There it is. So stream starting, and just counts down, and again, my stream is not starting, my stream is active and running, just doing this as a brief demonstration. And so yeah, it's just a kind of a very small example of how to do different kind of countdown overlay things. I use this within OBS. I've actually set up a, I think I've set up a scene that uses that as an element of the scene. This is the scene here, basically. It kind of does a combination of things here. It has my queued pixel animation and combines the countdown timer as well. Frosty says, I've been looking for a timer. Give me. Well, hey, this, like all my other projects, is on GitHub. So if you want to take a look, it is github.com/queuedpixel/stream countdown overlay. Haven't done a whole lot of work with that, just enough to get it where I needed it, and just haven't needed much work beyond that. What else have I done here? So there's a Switch crap spot. That's my current project. A Noble Sermon. For a couple of weeks I was working on an interpreter for a custom language, and I may or may not get back to that at some point. Thing Namer. This is a simple Java application for coming up with names for things. And it basically, I actually parsed through a dictionary source. Let me just bring it up here. Dictionary parser. I use the GNU Collaborative International Dictionary of English. So you download that. I've got a parser that parses it and creates a list of adjectives and nouns. And then run the thing namer, and it generates a whole bunch of random names. And that was an interesting little project. I use that because sometimes you just need a name for something and you don't care. And you can see how, like, Noble Sermon was that. Noble Sermon was a randomly generated name. Let's see, I think that is the extent of the work I've done as Queued Pixel. Again, there's other stuff I've done as a professional developer and other stuff I've done personally that I don't talk about on stream, just to kind of separate out the work I do on stream versus the work I do elsewhere. Fatty says, I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I have no idea how to use GitHub. I'm still learning JavaScript, and I still haven't used GitHub, just for the reason I don't know how. If possible, can you show me how to? If you don't want to, that's okay too. Sure. Let me just wrap up the current work I've been doing. I just want to wrap up my current commit, and this will kind of give you a hint as to how I work with GitHub, and then we can go into a little bit more elaborate discussion about GitHub before I get too far off course here. So first, before I talk about GitHub, are you familiar with Git? And do you know how to use Git on, say, your local system? Because if you don't know how to use Git, then that'll be the place to start. Once you know how to use Git, then GitHub will be a little bit easier to explain. Not at all. Okay, so I think what I'll want to do is talk about Git first, and then GitHub will kind of be a separate thing. Alright, so I forgot where I was in my review of my code here. I think we've talked about this whole section at length to make sure that we basically get the maximum bet that we can that we can make that still either is within the max payout or is within the available banker balance, or both. Now here we check to make sure that the payout for the bet you're trying to make is within the available banker balance. If not, we complain and say exceeds available banker balance of splat. And then we say, here's your maximum allowed bet based on the work we did up above. Then here we have prevent bets larger than the max, but allow... What is this? I think... Oh no, it didn't confuse me. I'm confused by my code here. I just had to pause while I look at my code for 1 second, just to make sure that it works. It's been a couple of hours since I wrote this, and want to make sure that it's still correct. But yes, I will talk about get a little bit, and it's no worries. So if amount payout is greater than max amount, the max payout, and amount is greater than 100. Why do I care? All right, okay. So yeah, so prevent bets. Prevent bets. It's just what the comment says. I should have just read the comment. Prevent bets with payouts larger than the max, but allow bets of 1 unit even if they exceed the max. So if amount payout is greater than the max payout, and the amount is greater than 100, then we complain. But if the amount is less than or equal to 100, or if we don't exceed the max payout, then we allow it anyways. So that's just what it says, and that does work, and that's been tested. So yeah, so I think this commit is good. And so I'll just demonstrate a quick example of how Git works. So Git is a distributed version control system. And basically, are you familiar with other version control systems like, say, Subversion or CVS? Or ClearCase, or there's dozens of them that are out there. So because if you're familiar with other version control systems, then I really just have to kind of explain how Git is different from them, rather than explain it all from scratch. Make sure the bot is still running. Looks like it is. Though my stream delay seems to be pretty... We're saying you didn't understand me there. So I'm basically asking if you have experience with other version control systems. Have you used anything like SourceSafe or CVS or Subversion? Do any of those sound familiar? Nope, first time. Okay. The first time hearing them. Okay, so your version control system is basically something that allows you to track changes to your source code over time. And so probably the best way to look at this is to actually open up GitHub. But let's go look at my Twitch crap spot repository. And so source code. So let's go actually look at the source code here. We could see that we've got the source code I'm working on. You can see crapstable.js. This is the source file for the project I'm working on. This is the exact file I'm working on. This is just the version of this on GitHub. And so basically what I do is I make changes to this file to implement whatever feature I'm working on, or some other, or a bug, fix a bug or something. And then I want to be able to track those changes over time. So like one of the issues is, let's say I write up a feature and then I love it, but then I change my mind and then I delete the code for the feature. And then a few days later, I'm like, oh, hey, I really like that feature. I want that feature back. Well, if you don't have a version control system, the only version of your software that you have is whatever you have on your local machine. If you delete something, it's gone forever, and there's really no way of getting it back unless you maintain backups or something else to maintain copies of previous versions of your software. So that brings in source control. So every time I make a change to my software, I commit that to a source control system. In this case, I'm using Git. And so, so Freddie asks, so this is like a history for code. Yes, that's it exactly. You basically have the full history of your code. And so I am on GitHub, and I can show you the full history of my code. And you can see all of the commits I've made. A commit in Git is basically a distinct version of your code that you've packaged up and turned into a distinct version. And so like we could see on May 5th, I did a commit. The commit message is print out leaderboard when there are no bets and no points. So I was talking about earlier about how I added a leaderboard. Well, this is the commit where I added that leaderboard. And so we can look at this and say, what changed? And so GitHub and other local tools like Git will have a diff tool that I've been using, and other tools will show you what changed. So we can look at the code and we can see, okay, I added this line, this can display leaderboard line. I added this block of code here. I added this line here. I deleted this line and added this line, and specifically I added the sequence of characters here. GitHub kind of tells you in great detail what you've added. Here I've dropped this weird little character, added prefix instead. I added this line, show bet results. I've added this line, this can display leaderboard equals true. I deleted this line. I added this whole function. I changed this line. I just added a semicolon at the end of it. I turned this into a simple return. So you can see, here's all the changes I made for this one commit. And then I can go back and look at this commit, incrementally adjust player balances below the minimum balance. I can view the diff for this guy. And see, okay, I added this line, I changed this line, or I guess I just moved that, I added this line, I added this function, deleted this section. You can see all the stuff I've added and deleted as part of the commit. And we can go all the way back to my very first commit, where I've got an initial version, and we can look at what this looks like here. From when I started this project on January 20th, we could see exactly what it looked like. And I added this README that has basically no content to it. I've added my contributing documentation, which is just my basic template here. I added the license file, which is just the MIT license. And then the README, and contributors.md, which is basically there's no contributors, and the README. So that's what I started with, just kind of this basic template that is pure documentation with no code whatsoever. And then we can go, okay, what's the first thing I did? And I said, well, I like to start my projects with Hello World. It's kind of a basic pattern I've done where basically it allows you to get a working example application up and running within your environment and gives you a basic structure to hook off of. So I always start with Hello World, and this is what I did for Hello World. We can look at the diff for this. We added the Twitch crapspot.js. It has my standard copyright header and does nothing else than say Hello World. And that's all this commit is. It's just add this fully functional application that does nothing more than say Hello World. And then with that, you can add on more and more stuff. And so I've added on, The next step was connect to the Twitch channel, so we can look at this. And we can see I've added a git ignore. To kind of ignore this, this basically tells Git these are some files I don't want to put into Git. These are things that are kind of specific, that are kind of local and aren't things that you want to commit to Git. I can go into specifics, but just all you really need to know is that Git ignores these things. Then I replaced hello world with a little bit more complexity here, where we connect to a channel, we connect to my Twitch channel, we give a username and auth, and that's it. All this does is connect to the channel. We have a template for setting the channel name, some other basic stuff here. That's all this is. And you asked us, so you commit changes step by step. Yeah, I like to commit changes step by step. I like to do nice small commits and do things a little bit at a time. So that way, when somebody looks at the history, as we're kind of looking at now, you can kind of see the story of the application and story of the repository and go, okay, we started here, we added this, we added this, we added this. You kind of see how it builds up over time. I really like that approach to developing software. Commitment, just like relationships. And then you asked, and you always have them there if you ever need the things you changed or something went wrong. Yeah, the something went wrong is pretty crucial. If I see a line of code that just doesn't belong, that's like, or a bug crops up and I'm like, well, where did this come from? Git actually has another feature that I use sometimes called the blame command. It basically tells you when each line of code was written. So we've been looking at this craps table file, this crapstable.js file, and we have this blame command, so we can run this. And this is another fantastic feature of Git, and this will show you when each commit was made. So we can see that this copyright header showed up on this commit, implement basic craps table logic from comeout role to 7out. That was done 4 months ago. So that's when that was added. And here we have save player balances 3 months ago. So when I added this line, this var fs equals require fs, was done 3 months ago when I saved player balances. And this is when I needed the file system library. So you could see, oh, I added the file system library when I started save player balances. That makes sense. You can see every single line where it got added. You can see like added support for the place bet. Well, that's when I added the place bets line. Add support for don't come. That's when I added don't come bets. And so if you want to actually look at one of these, you can click on these and explore and just see everything that's ever changed. And then Git has the ability to do branches, which is actually everything in Git is a branch. It's like what I'm doing locally. I've got my own work that I've done locally. We can see I've made changes to crapstable.js. This is not reflected on GitHub because I have my own independent system down here. And so I work as much as I want locally, and then when this is done, I commit it to my local system, which makes a local change. And then I ship that off to GitHub. So you ask, but you want to use, if I want to use any code from GitHub, how do I do that, or am I allowed to do that? It's actually pretty easy, although you do need to know how Git works. And so depending on your operating system, if you're running Linux, if you're running, say, Ubuntu, it's really easy. You just do a sudo apt-get install git, and that will give you Git. If you're running Windows, depending on what you want to do, you have to look for Git for Windows. I'm not as familiar with Git for Windows, but Windows 10. So, all right, so you want to do probably Git for Windows. Now there's Windows Git, so you probably want to do something like this. Oh, I don't want to download it. That's very rude. I just wanted to look at it here. I don't know which of these I would recommend. I haven't really worked with it lately, but you download a version of Git for your machine. And then what you want to do to access code is to clone it. So what clone does is basically takes a copy of an entire repository and copies it to your local machine. And you say I downloaded it and now excellent. So yeah, so when you once you have it up and running, you should see an option to clone a repository. I'll show you what it looks like on Linux. On Windows, it'll probably look a little bit different. So first you need a URL to clone it. I'm going to just clone my local repository here, just because it's nice and easy, it's accessible. Let's go to a foo directory, make dir foo, and we'll clone it here. So git clone. And what this does is connects to GitHub and downloads the entire repository into this directory. If I go to the Twitch crapspot directory, it gives me the entire repository and its current state. So you see all the files as they're currently committed on GitHub. You have the .git directory that shows you the entire history. Everything you want is right here. You can see the log of changes by running git log, and you see every single change that's been done out to the beginning of the project. And so that's how you get code. And then if you want to actually make changes to the code, that's basically what I'm working on here. I can show you how changes work. And actually, before I commit this, I want to make one additional change I just remembered I need to make, which is my documentation. I always like to make sure my documentation is up to date. So let's just do a command guide here. Let's see here. Let's see, I want to describe kind of the banker process. Say, players serve as the bank for the craps table. Bets that are won are paid out by the banker, and bets that are lost are paid to the banker. Players can players serve as the banker for the craft table. Players can serve as the banker using the craps banker command. Let's go ahead and add that here. We have craps help, craps balance, craps bet. Is that all? Is that all the commands I've added? Let's make sure I haven't missed any over time here. Yay, Fatty says, you just cloned that Twitch crapspot. Excellent. So it's working. So that's like 90% of what you're ever going to need right there. Here's our help command. Well, let's see, balance command. Where is my command logic? Here it is. All right, so we have the roll command, help, balance, banker, bets, bet. Oops, it's actually in here. So we have help, balance, bets, bet. And banker shows up between balance and bets. Let's see. Craps, banker. Serve as the banker. See, Fatty asks, now it doesn't matter where do I edit it, Sublime Text or... nope, you can edit it wherever. If you have Sublime Text, go with that. If I'm using Atom myself, if you have Atom, use that. If you have a specific JavaScript IDE, use that. It doesn't really matter. Git is completely independent of your editor. However, some editors, some IDEs, might have Git integration included. And so if you have that, you could probably do some of this Git work from within your editor, but it's not necessary. Like you could see in my case, I don't do any Git integration inside my editor. Atom might even allow it, but I prefer to do everything from the command line myself. That's just how I've grown to do my things. I think that's all I need to do is just add that banker command, add a paragraph talking about the banker. And now you ask, Fatty asks, now after I do the edits and want to commit, how do I do that? Alright, so this is a little more complicated. So since you've cloned the Twitch craps table repository, I'm the only one who has access to commit to that or push to that directly right now. And so if you're going to want to push to that yourself, what you can do is create a fork. And I think you could do that here. Oh, I'm not even signed in. To do this, you have to create an account on GitHub and log in, and then you can click on the fork button to fork a repository. And what that will do is create a fork of that repository under your account. And I've actually done that for a couple of different repositories, like, is it Sane Economy or is it SaneLib? There's a couple of repositories I've forked for whatever reason. Let's see if I can find them here. Shop Chest. I forked Shop Chest so that I can make changes to it. And so when you fork something, it will put that into your local account, and then you can now clone it from your local account. And so you can see how it's cloning my version of this repository rather than the original. Or if you're working on your own personal repository, you've cloned your own personal repository, you're working on that, you basically commit and then push to that. So I'm going to assume you have your own repository that you've created, or you forked one at this point, and you've cloned from that, and you have a change you want to push to it. So I'm just going to do that process on my local repository and show you what that looks like and what it might look like for you when you're doing it for yours. So first I'm just doing a quick check to make sure that I've got all the changes that I expect here. I've added this documentation to my guide, this paragraph here, this line here on the banker command. Let's see, I want to check the README. Yeah, alright, so I do describe the die roll command. This is a debugging tool, so it's not something I put in the player guide, it's just something I put inside the main README. And so yeah, I think this is a good commit here. So one of the things to understand with Git is you have lots of places where things are stored. We have commits that we've talked about. I'll bring up my local commit history here. So the last commit I've made is the leaderboard commit. Print out leaderboard when there are no bets and no point. So that's my commit history right there. I also have local changes. And if you do a git status, you will see what these local changes are. And I've changed two files, crapstable.js and guide.md. Those are the two files I've changed. If you want to see the specific changes, you do git diff, and this will show you those changes. Now, if I want to commit these, first I need to do what's called add them to the index. So you say git status failed will not a git repository or any of the parent directories. Alright, so you're in the .git directory, it looks like. What you want to do is get out of the .git directory. So like if I was in the .git directory, that would do the same thing to me as well. Oh. Or it gives me a different error. You ought to basically make sure that you're in the directory that you cloned earlier. And so you saw when I cloned my repository, I put it in this foo directory. When I cloned it, I put it in this Twitch crapspot directory, but I'm not in that directory. So if I do like a git status right now, I'll get that error. Ah, yes, there we go. And so now, if I say cd Twitch crapspot and then git status, I now get a correct status. So try switching to the directory you created when you cloned it and see if that works any better. While you're looking at that, I'll continue to look at my stuff over here and see where I'm at. But yeah, once you got to that corrected directory, you should be able to do git status and get some information back. If you've made no changes, you'll see what you see here. You have nothing to commit, working directory clean. If you've made some changes, you'll see something that looks like this here, where it'll show you what you've changed. And I can run git diff to kind of go over the local changes. So you've pasted something in the chat. Yeah, it looks like you must be running git bash. Okay, you get it now. Okay. No worries. It's if you're not used to running on the command line or you're not used to git, it can take a little while. So no worries. So yeah, so I've run git status, and then I run git diff, and now git diff is basically showing me the changes. It's showing me what I'm getting ready to commit here. I've have green lines for things I've added, and red lines for things I've removed. So you can see all the changes I've made here, all ready to commit. And so yeah, so I've mentioned there's now it says there's nothing to commit. Yeah, so basically you need to actually make a change in order to commit something. And so if you've cloned Twitch crapspot, you need to make a small change somewhere. So you pull up your editor and say open up readme.markdown and say Twitch crapspot modified by Fetty1 and save that. And now when you do a git status, you'll see that you've modified readme. If you do a git diff, it'll show you the exact change you've made. You've added modified by Fetty1, or I've modified it, modified by Fetty1 to this line. Okay, great. So that is working for you. So yeah, so you're basically seeing the same thing I am at this point. My commit is obviously quite a bit larger because I've made substantial changes. I've added lots of lines, deleted a few lines. So this is the commit I'm getting ready to make. So as I was saying earlier, there's lots of places where your files or information is stored in Git. We have the commit history that we've already kind of shown you and talked through. We have the current working copy. That's the current working copy you've been working on and I've been working on here. So when I say git status, this is showing me my current working copy. Now if I want to do a commit, I need to take my working copy and move that into what Git calls the index. To do that, use the git add command. In this case, I type git add period, and this says add every file I've changed in this directory. And so now when I say git status, it tells you changes to be committed. So it used to say changes not staged for commit. Now it says changes to be committed. So I've taken those changes and moved them to the Git index. And if you have a complicated commit with lots of files, lots of directories, you can pick and choose things to add or not add. And like I could have done this. I could say git reset head, and I hope this doesn't mess me up here. Disable that, just in case. I don't want to accidentally delete all the work I've been working on for the last 8 hours. So I say git reset head craps table, git reset head guide, git status, and now it's gone back to where it was before. So I basically undid my add and returned these files back to the working directory and out of the index. So again, if you have a very complicated commit you're working on, you can add things piecemeal, you can remove things, and keep working back and forth until you get just the perfect commit. And so like I could add these one at a time. I could say add craps table, and I do my git status, and I can see that crapstable.js is ready to commit, but my guide is still not staged for commit. So if I do a commit right now, I'm only going to commit crapstable.js, but not guide. But I do want to commit them both, so I'm going to add guide as well. And so now I've got my commit ready to go. I've got my index ready to go. I have both my files ready to commit. And so I'm going to run the git command. I got my message ready to go here. Allow our players to serve as the bank is my commit message. So I say git commit. This tells Git that you want to take your files that are in your Git index and now make a commit out of them. I want to add a message, so I say -m for message and paste in my message there. Now if you don't do this, if you don't give the -m in the message, Git will just do this here. It'll prompt you for a message. It'll open up an editor and say type in your message here. And so I'm going to say I don't want to do this. I'm just going to quit out of this, and it should abort it. I prefer to do it by the command line. Again, that's just the way I roll personally. But if you have a complicated commit message or you don't want to do it from command line, you can do it via the editor as well. So I run my command, and I've now committed this change. If I run my log command to show changes, we could see here's my commit made Sunday today at 5:20 p.m. local time. Allow players to serve as the bank. And if I open up git k, which shows me history, I can see here's my commit. Here's the changes that I made. So I've basically gone from the 3 stages of changes. My files were in my working directory, then I added them to my index, and then I turned my index into a commit. Now the last thing I need to do is to push this somewhere. So I have this change locally. We do this git log, and we can see there's the commit, there's all my changes. But if we go to GitHub, I'll go bring up GitHub now and refresh. My change is still not present. We only have 62 commits here. The last commit was 14 days ago. And so I haven't actually sent this over to GitHub yet. So the very last thing to do is to push this to GitHub. And you do this by the git push command. And I do that. It gives you some information about what it's doing and pushes it to GitHub. And so now when I go back to GitHub and refresh this page here, we'll see I now have 63 commits. This message shows up, allow players to serve as the bank. The guide has been updated, allow players to serve as the bank. If I bring up the guide, we'll see that the changes I've made are present. Craps banker, that command is now represented there. So that's the whole process. You clone the repository to your local machine. You make changes to your working directory. You add those changes to your index. You commit your index, and then you push your commit to wherever it is you need to push it. In my case, I pushed it to GitHub. So that's kind of the whole process for cloning something, making a change, and pushing it back. Now again, for GitHub, if you're going to want to push something, you want to be the owner of it. You're not going to be able to push something to my repository because you're not the owner of it and you don't have permission to push anything to my repository. But if you make a fork of it, as I talked about earlier, you can do that. You can push it to your local fork. And so that's probably a good place to experiment with. I'm pretty beat, so unless you have any real burning questions, I think I'm probably going to wrap it up here because I've been streaming for about 8.5 hours. My voice is beginning to go, and I'm getting hungry. If you have any burning questions, though, I can see. Oh yes, I can see you've cloned it there. I can see you forked it, so I see your fork. And so I can actually explore your version of it. So one of the things you can note with GitHub is I can actually see the work that you do. And so I could bring up your version. I can see it's one branch or one commit behind mine because I've just committed something. You must have forked before I did that. But yeah, you're well on your way. You can make changes to this. You can push it. You'll see those changes, and if you have a change that you want to make that you really that you want to share with people, you can do what's called a pull request as well, which is a little more elaborate, but basically you push a change. GitHub will say, hey, do you want to do a pull request? You'll send that to me. It would show up here. Where would I see it? It would show up here as a pull request. I have none of them right now. But it would show up and say, hey, this person wants to push this change to your repository. Here's the changes they've made. Do you wish to proceed and do it? I've got 8 labels. What's going on here? Labels. Pull request labels. That's a little more elaborate. To really make you effective at pull requests, you'd want to learn about branches and stuff like that, and probably better to just experiment with local stuff for now, get familiar with Git, and then once you're ready for the next step, you can look up more information online, how to do pull requests. There's probably YouTube videos. Git is so popular, there's just so much information out there. I'm sure if you do a few Google searches, I'm sure you'll find whatever information you're looking for. All right, well, I said everything clear now, so you're quite welcome. I hope that was quite useful. And thank you again for checking out my stream and following. If you want to continue to check out my stream, I tend to stream every Sunday. I actually started streaming about 8.5 hours ago. I tend to stream Sunday morning in United States Pacific time, so PDT UTC -7. So if you want to continue to check me out, look for me on Sunday mornings. Today was a little bit of a long stream. I just got super involved with the work I was doing and just kept going. I like finishing stuff and just kept going till I was done. But I'm pretty beat now. You'll be here every time. Excellent. Well, excellent. I'm glad you like what you see. Thank you for following. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to talk about things and talk about the work I'm doing. Otherwise, I'll just continue to do the work I'm doing, and you'll go from there. All right, well, thank you very much. This is going to wrap up my stream today. I will catch you next week on Sunday morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Have a great day.